Ladies and gentlemen, we are the Backs. I'm your host, the Backrunner. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Be careful, won't you? I'm gonna guess. You don't have to be. Oh, a solo-only instance. Great. That's great. Good morning, Leander. Good morning, Pretzel. Good morning, Rax. Good morning, Zedslayer. I approve of the outfit. Yeah, it looks comfy. I approve of that outfit, too. FF7? Ah! Nobody actually likes FF7. It's just overrated. God, I hate it when people say that. Thank you. Or not thank you. Good morning. Good morning very, very much. US Corp, Omega Legion, Zedslayer, Blade Traval, Gundenium, Kata, Tim, Zactef, Doom Rider, and no one else. Alright. What do we got? For many of us, this will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable Imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources at your disposal. Upon boarding this airship, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Well, it's been, what, 10 years? But we're finally going to Garlemald.
Ilsabad, divided in twain by a vast mountain range.
And Bismarck.
Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly? On the outskirts of the imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest as if to warn against further trespass.
It's apparently a cold morning.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party.
Really quick, thank you, Chaotic Danny. As always, I will put that towards dealer's choice. Appreciate it. Thank you.
They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number.
How's he doing? Okay.
However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death.
That's, well, I was just gonna say that. I was like, what the hell does Nerva care about us?
The First, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These...
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
Alright, get the bowl of guns.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position.
Oh god, I hope not, Dakota. But you're probably right.
Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
I think so, yeah, Blitzerball.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups.
Oh hey, Lise is actually wearing an outfit. Although, very few people are covering the part they need to cover, which is right about here. Anybody who's ever been in cold knows, like, obviously you want to prevent some of your heat from escaping, but you really want something for your ears. And there's several elves in this group.
The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
I mean, I used to live in Colorado. I still got cold every now and again. I prefer cold to heat, but I'm not ashamed to admit I have gotten cold. No bravado here. Like, those flappy hats look dorky, but they work really well, you know? Okay, I like that suit. Oh, it's Rex's suit. Rex, did you rob Thancred?
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Stoller always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right, once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. A blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
Narrator. They all die. Stack wipe.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Also, might I suggest a hat? Sorry. Good morning, Scion. Good morning, Gemini Twin. Good morning, Ponton. Okay, so what do we got here? Okay. Okay. Time to play Metal Gear Thancred, finally. What we should have done back during the weapon chain.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot, so let's make it count.
Okay, sorry. Chill for a minute. Go farther. Reunion. Reunion. Testing some. Don't mind me. Yep, okay.
7 hells.
Aw. It's not a stealth, combat stealth. That's okay. But yeah, I was testing the vision code there. It wasn't obvious.
Damn, spotted.
Huh. As I say, there are still several stealth games out there, and stealth sections, which are binary fail states. Yeah, I'm gonna be real, I didn't think those were machines. Go ahead, make fun, get out of your goddamn system. Okay, I called bull on that, but whatever. I mean, in fairness, we should probably just kill the dogs, but, you know. Although that brings up a very interesting question. Can animals and plants be tempered? Tempering's of the soul. We know this. We know how tempering works, fundamentally. So, the question I'm asking is obvious. Listen, all I'm wondering... Woof. Woof, 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 woof.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Oh, nope, okay. Didn't want to start. I mean, I don't... Memes have no logic to them. We all know this. That's not me making that up. There is no logic to what becomes a meme and what isn't. There are funnier things, more interesting things, more clever things that do not become memes. And there's no rhyme or reason to any of it. one. Ugh, made it. Well, that's another thing. The memes that tend to endure are the ones that people run with. Which, again, goes back to the original point, which ones do people run with? And there's no logic behind that, again. There's a bit of a snowball effect, because, yeah, the very concept of a meme, the old concept of a meme, where the word actually comes from, is literally mimetic. You know, it's the intellectual concept that's spread across people. I like that the machines have no... Well, let's see what happens. But I imagine they won't be like, oh no, there's someone down. They'll just be like, yeah, whatever. I can agree that this is Thancred. Although my gunblade's better, but... it's fine. Okay. That offset is awful. They probably would, Dakota.
Damn, spotted.
Ah, well. I'll live with it. The offset was awful anyways. You know, that's a good point. Let's just send Ranjit at this base. He'll just take the whole thing out by himself. In 5 seconds. Yep, he just does one kick and all the full soldiers are all just like, ugh. We can't stand against his might. He is too good for us. And they would all praise him as they fall over. Like, Drunji was amazing. Ugh. He's so incredible. Ugh. There's nothing over here. Good to know.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
Ranjit's just so good, he's infected the real world. That's what it is. Lol, Omega Legion. I would have enjoyed that reference. And I probably shouldn't.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now. If they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but...
Uh-oh.
Wait! Something's coming!
How did you notice before anybody else did? Oh god, it's the From Software dogs!
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Yep, as soon as they hit me, they're gonna do 11,000 DPS. In the coming battle, you will fight as Lore Runner. Damn it! I hate the Lore Runner! You won't stop giving negatives to games I like. I like how I have aggro on all them, but they're not attacking me because they're fully scripted. You notice that? That's kind of funny, actually. At least that part of Corundum at this level. Thank you, Guide, a lot for continuing to be a bro. I'm gonna assist Sanson over here.
A brief respite, but stay alert.
Can I just say I really like that approach for the text bubbles better than everything they've done before now? A complaint Lunaruth has mentioned a few times, which I actually agree with, is periodically it's actually really easy to lose dialogue that they do in dungeons because it's not really well marked. It is marked. It is there, but it's really not done well. You know what I mean? Yeah, I do too, Belmadrix.
The savior of Ishkan is here!
And I also admit I like the portraits. Not just because of the obvious... So, I'm sorry, let me walk that back. I like the portraits because it's a good way to see who's talking, when, and where, and how. But I also like the portraits just because they look cool. And yeah, no, I absolutely encourage them to standardize that. Let me talk about WoW for a minute. So, I think I've mentioned this before, but WoW puts a lot of its story into its dungeons and its raids because of the whole thing we've talked about before with the limited text size. So they bake a huge amount of relevant story beats into the events of dungeons and raids. Now, that's all voice acted from BC onward, so that's okay, but WoW has a similar problem with it not being really well presented, like that.
But the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold
So this is another thing WoW should probably steal from FF14, is that thing.
We're the only ones still struggling. Time we put our backs into it then.
Let's see if I can roll together here.
I've been itching for a good scrap.
I mean, a very strong argument could be made that Square has already lost its core spirit, it just found another one. I mean, Square did some really stuff still. Cough, cough, Chocobo GT. I was gonna say, Team 3? Yeah, no. Business Division 3 or whatever they're called. I have faith, but yeah, as you point out, I've had faith in other companies in the past, and oh my god, there's the Tower Babel. Look at that thing. Ugh, that is disgusting. Alright, let's see here. Last time. I do not have faith in the Hard, no. It was killed by Star Trek Enterprise. Oh, what, like that one bonus level in Diablo 3, Rex?
You lot alright back there?
I would actually like that a lot, if they did that.
We're fine. I'm ready for more. Hear that?
How big is that stupid thing?
Get to the front and turn the tide.
I mean, even the Tower of Zot was actually quite large, as we saw from the inside. Head north and join the Vanguard. I'll tell you. Already. Okay. Meanwhile, on the front line. And yeah, I noticed that they have street lights and everything. Hey, she put on a coat! Holy crap! I mean, that's easy, Tim. I walk up to Yoshi P and say, hey, I'm gonna rip you and your team out of square and give you the right.
Was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
And then, after I've done that, I'm gonna fund you. Go do your thing.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Yeah, the Bruce Wayne strategy. So yeah, listen, I've just bought Business Division 3.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
Fine. Whatever.
I did.
You know, Rek'Sai misses doing his action poses. That is a gun spear.
That's for Gilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them!
Yeah, why don't we have gun weapons? Just as cosmetics, you know?
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
Yeah, sorry, I was off single-handedly fighting off an entire invasion. I'm joking, of course. I used two hands.
There's no stopping us now. Come on. Let's show them what we're made of.
Yeah, but I don't have a gun shield, or a gun spear, or a gun axe. We've also seen a gun two-hander. Gun staff. Come on, I want guns on everything. I want to be my gun lich.
We have them now! Forward!
Come on, into the group, into the group. Yep, nope, you're right. There actually is a gun gauntlet from not Praetor, excuse me, Meridianum.
Right! Let them have it!
Come on, group up, group up. Listen, I've already entered the dungeon. What I need to do right now is exit the dungeon.
As a raging bull!
What you doing, Pippin? That's a question. Gunbow, wait a second. I actually, unironically, have played, like, not in a joking manner, I have played Enter the Gungeon. I've actually streamed a little bit of it. But I have not played Exit the Gungeon. Lack of time, by the way, not really lack of interest. I'm just...
That's her!
Don't have a lot of time to do stuff right now.
not fall behind!
Yep, I was stuck in the gungeon. Yep, as usual, Legatuses are beefcakes. A gun book. I wonder what's on this page. Ugh!
Die!
Well, I don't think we're going to take them by surprise. They might know we're coming at this point. A gun globe would just be like a shrapnel grenade at that point, because it just shoots in all directions, you know?
Tremble before the sun!
May your screams fill the air!
Remember, we're trying to not kill these people, Sadu. This is a fresh reminder there. Point it out. Yeah, apparently set Meteor to stun. Gunstar.
A worthy adversary! Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
No.
Sadu Hatun!
Magnite, nobody likes you.
That was the last of them.
Just accept it.
The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
Yeah, get to the go-go fight. Alright. Oh, God! You shot me! Yeah. I cast gun.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here.
That's a ruin. Jesus Christ.
Bested by the Kavosi, after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken.
We are forsaken.
In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed, bitterly so.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
I just spotted Garaha's outfit. Yes, I get that there's a giant hell tower. Please stop panning the camera up to it. I want to see less of it, not more. My goodness. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Frozen North. Yeah, no, I was actually thinking about that the other day, Scion and Emperor. We keep talking about fighting the Telepharoi, but really just fighting Fandaniel. No. Yeah, let me attune really quick here. Well, now I've got a lot of champagne on me, which is about to freeze. But yeah, it's been... How many years was it? Like, I know I'm not the only player who was wanting to go out to Garlemald in ARR. So... Yeah. How long has it been? At least we got here in triumph. So that's something, right? I don't want a cold... Oh, it's not a cold drink. That's sick. No cold drinks, please. Pretty much. I'm gonna have... Let's see. I'm gonna get rid of something. I'm gonna have some apple pie. And... hot chocolate. There we go. Okay, so this is extremely depressing. Hey, look! It's a Garlemald map. There's one other waypoint. You know. Okay. Let's see how dark and depressing this really gets. Shouldn't be too long before we have a half-decent camp with so many helping hands. I was concerned the snow might hinder our progress, but our Ishgardian friends are used to working in conditions like these. In spite of the obstacles we've faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little further, we'll reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we're to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Y'shtola and Garaha to join us? Yeah, sure. Hang on, I gotta get my copium in here. There we go. Yeah, who's ready to tromp to the ruins of Rome? Ruins of Rome. I can talk. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. 'Tis the monstrous tower on the horizon. Yeah, no, I got that, thanks. Jagged, hideous, and unholy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt from the Tower of Zot, but more terrifying. Ether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. I'll be with the others in the short run. Now, if I was a dick streamer, I'd mute the game and play like a really upbeat Mario song while I'm going through this place. I'm afraid you're incredibly wrong, Astamine, because if you're paying attention, you'll notice the Everyone's Gathered scene is also understory. But the nature of how the game acknowledges gameplay choices and gameplay actions is a gameplay positive. You'll be pleased to know most of the Templars have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may not be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length... I like his code. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since, no one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there's no signs of anything being stolen. Yep. This is actually worse than your typical post-apocalyptic town, if you think about it. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, although it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, just thinking aloud. Yeah. This is fun. I'm just gonna... I like how they've just got this red glow around it, by the way. You notice that? Just kind of, like, even if you put the camera over here, and like, take it off the thing, you can still see the red glow kind of bleeding into the clouds of the background there. I look forward to... So I'm going to be very, very egotistical for a second. You ready for this? I'm pretty sure I have a decent handle on what's going on, for the most part. We'll see if I'm right or not. But there's one thing that still remains a mystery to me and I have no answer to. I'm not going to tell you what it is, because you asked me not to, but I'm really curious about that one thing. Virgilia's in our care along with the rest of the Tempered. Glory to Garlemald, glory to Garlemald. They still whisper in their sleep, even as they writhe in pain. Roban taught me a lot about military strategy during exercises in the fringes. Good, you need it, Lise. I don't mean that as an insult. I do think you need that tempering. You know what I mean. Coordinated units with wildly different capabilities, surveying and securing hostile terrain, that sort of thing. Now I have a chance to put his teachings into practice. Hey, I like Commander Hex. I said that before. And now I know why I said that before. Because she gets so much better in the patch content. And that's what I remember most. Uh-oh. Giga Pudding found out. I need to temper Giga Pudding. There we go. Okay, Giga Pudding, your main focus now is to make hot chocolate and awesome outfits. There we go. Bells, this place is bloody freezing. Rather be tied to the topmast and storm than suffer this cold any longer. No one can pair a spare swig of rum. That'll sort me out. No, it won't. But let's not get into that. Tempered soldiers sleeping soundly while they undergo treatment. There are too many to attend at once, but I and the other healers will see to it all eventually. No, I agree with that, Blade Taval. And Lise has a earnestness to her that helps in the political field. But really, what it actually helps is her getting people's loyalty. Like, she's leading towards becoming a leader, as I've talked about many times. Because she's getting into that swing of you know, earning loyalty and earning people's trust and keeping morale up and all those things that come along with being a leader. We've asked the Ironworks members and some of the other comrades to stay with the airships. In the event they're discovered, we are ready to move on a safer location. Rejoining. All that remains of the Laterum. Homes become empty husks. If this is the state of the outlying villages, I dread to think what has become of the capital. Well, we're about to find out, aren't we? Thank you for coming to... with the other... Thank you for coming... Thank you informing the others of our meeting. Oh my god. When everyone's here, we'll begin. Can someone cure Giga of tempering really quick, by the way, please? Just give her the bacon. Porksy bacon. You eat it, it cures you.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city. For therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers in their ministrations. Of course, I will require a porksy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
No, I do too, Wenlock.
We've made our presence known to the Telophoroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
I like Garaha's better than his normal one, too.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
Twould be my honor to be of service. Though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
There you go, it's canon. We can just pay attention to stuff. And yeah, I noticed the Eblan thing. Ice fields! I love ice fields! Oh wait, no I don't. Or, extensive travels is something of an understatement, but I suppose if there's nothing else that needs doing. But instead I shall say, if there are survivors, we will surely find them. Yeah, we have the HUD.
Faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return.
We have a HUD, it's cool. Real quick, thank you, Ryman, very, very much. It has been a while. I haven't seen you around in a bit. I do hope that things are evening out. Whatever's going on in life, I will not pry, but I do hope things are going well for you. Thank you very, very much for the support. Much appreciated, as always. I will put that towards Star Wars Bounty Hunter.
You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Yeah, it's okay. I got a bird's eye view. What? How? Very carefully. I've got an eagle I'm telepathically connected to, canonically. Oh wait, that's Assassin's Creed. My bad. So... Oh, hi, Giga Pudding. Are you cured? Okay, looks like she was cured. Whew, thank goodness. I was afraid we'd have to give you more bacon. Could you imagine? Never thought of myself as much of an explorer, though I suppose my adventures have taken me all sorts of strange and distant places. Yeah, I've been to another planet, yo. With that in mind, traversing an ice field should be a simple feat. Glory be to bacon. Sorry. Now, it'd be good if it's this cold with Tataro's clothing. I should think how we'd fare without it. Just remember to thank her when next we meet. Makes me realize, too, that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there's any survivors, we must find them quickly. Yeah. Bacon. Bacon. So, yeah, can I share a really short, yet really dark story? So... This would have been like 1997, 8, or 9, I forget one. We were having a record blizzard that year. And it wasn't really that bad. It was, relatively speaking, it was just bad for the area. But what I have never forgotten about that particular blizzard was the fact that some people's heating was knocked out. And they died. Now, I told you it was a dark story. The thing that stuck with me ever since, the thing that's never left me after that, was just how much we rely on things like air conditioning for the hotter areas and heating for the warmer areas. That, and I'm mentioning this because of this area, because of where we're at. It's weird and yet commonplace to think of how relatively short of a step it is from being perfectly fine to being in a state where death is possible. Because of, you know, something like that. Yeah, cold is its own thing. And I've only ever had to deal with it at what I consider actually cold once in my life, and that was actually in the Rocky Mountains. Like, actually up in the mountains. That's the only time in my life I've ever been what I would consider actually cold. I think I've mentioned that before. There has been, yeah. That's a terrifying prospect in its own right. And yeah, Dakota is correct. Most housing in general tends to be built to be cheap for reasons I'm not going to go into, as opposed to being built for the terrain that they happen to be in. Hell, the actual exact same problem hits in reverse. There are several much hotter areas I could mention. The Vegas area is a good example of this, where you don't want to buy a cheap home because it's cheap for a reason. The insulation's actually terrible, and so it doesn't retain cold, and so the air conditioning either has to run constantly, or you just kind of live with the heat, and they get into the 110 to 120 range in the Vegas area. So you have the inverse problem down there. But ho, chums, been given something to do. As it happens, I've been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like a rather tall order. Since you ask, we're here to scour the Eblin Rime for survivors. If we find Edge, we're gonna mercy kill him as soon as we see him. Yeah, no, some of those homes can be progressively hotter, too, yeah. I think we mentioned before, Dakota, the idea of a reverse Frostpunk, you know, Heat Punk or something like that, Desert Punk. I'd play the crap out of that, by the way. Anyways, you'd take forever to finish the job without the benefits of my expertise, or my telescope. You have a telescope? Well, that makes you useful. Probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. It's okay. Edge is frozen to death. He's... Whoop! Hello, there's some side quests. Are either of these... Hang on, is that one of them? Nope. Okay, just double checking. Double checking. Oh, Frostpunk. Can I just say really quick? I both professionally and personally really recommend Frostpunk. It's one of the better... let's call it scenario-based civ builders city builders. Scenario-based city builders I have ever played in my entire life. It's really, 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 really good. I'm super hyped for Frostpunk too. Just because if it's just more Frostpunk, yeah, done, sold. It was so good. Yeah, city builders with an enrage mode, and there's different scenarios with different wind conditions, and there's just all sorts of events that can happen. It's really cool. It's good stuff. Much praise. One thing I've been thinking about recently, actually. You know me, I like to design games in my head because I'm an idiot, and I'll never actually be able to build them, but, maybe. Anyways, one of the things I've been doing more and more lately is I've been thinking, I recommend you watch the stream of it too, rather than, imagine a 4X game, where the 4X mechanics are actually more like the background gameplay, and the foreground gameplay is all event-driven. Stellaris already kind of tilts in this direction, but, like, imagine that, but really embracing it, is something I've been thinking about lately. And the reason I bring this up is because Frostpunk is kind of like that. Oh, sure, you do have your layout in your building, and there's all sorts of stuff to it, but a lot of Frostpunk's gameplay leans on the events. Sending your people out to scout, finding things, finding people. This particular instance happens, how you deal with it makes this other thing happen, etc., etc., etc. But yeah, no, exactly, Dakota. I was thinking if we could just take the Stellaris idea and really expand upon that event system. It's been engaging my creativity lately, because I really feel like you could make event gameplay the forefront of one of those games. I think that could work really well. That is hypothetical, of course. I don't know if it's true or not. I prefer cold in Mega Legion. In addition to the reason you've mentioned, I was born in South Lake Tahoe. And you might think, well, so what? But if you're saying that, then you've never been to South Lake Tahoe, which is a rather cold place. And yeah, I'm much more comfortable in the cold. 70 degrees is a little bit too warm for me, let me put it to you that way. And I don't know what that is in Celsius. Yes, the cold... See, the cold has actually bothered me. Like I said, I'm not, there's no pride thing here. There's no flex here. I've been cold. But I tend to prefer cold. Poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not freezing to death. Okay. That's actually thoughtful, thank you, but won't you need some for yourself? Nah, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands no less. Oh yeah, but he saw a girl, by the way, because of course he did. Yeah, I think I've mentioned this several times because it's been a problem with my show. There's a reason I have 3 fans and the air conditioning going at the same time while I'm streaming. It's because I literally lose the ability to think properly once it gets into warm territory. Like, when you get about to the 80-degree range, I start to have issues. And anything above that is really problematic. What, really? Yeah, it is also easier to sleep in the cold, that's true. And from a non-survivalist perspective, it also... Listen, I'm not admitting to being a robot, Silent the Emperor. Because my niece informs me I am actually an alien robot. That's not a joke. So, we've been playing Stardew Valley together off and on, co-op. And, she was like, hey, why are you playing this weird character? And I was like, well, obviously it's because I'm a robot. She's like, no, you're an alien. I'm like, well, what? It's just, you're an alien robot. And she's been role-playing, you know, playing around, joking, play pretend, that I'm an alien robot who's sent down to help her with her farm. And you know me. So, of course, engaging, watering mode, ready for mine excursion. Beat mode. Anyways. Point being, Silent the Emperor, that I'm very, very terrible. And actually a robot. An alien robot, excuse me, an alien robot. And there's our cerulean pump, which looks a lot like an oil derrick. Do I have a soul? Oh, hang on. Let me ask my creators. And Civil War. Oh, we must get closer to her without drawing her attention. It's okay, Gigapudding. We won the war this time. Is this a tailing mission in FF14? Okay. Well, hopefully it won't be as bad as it is in Assassin's Creed or GTA. Since both of those suck. And that's a Kukulane retexture. I like how there's a really big, obvious arrow for where she's pointing. I feel like I know the core melody that's playing in the Garlemald theme. I'm having trouble placing it. I am following you. Beep boop. Following mode engaged. Gross mode engaged. Dispensing vomit. Speaking as someone who's played pretty much every Assassin's Creed game, I agree, it gets worse than this. Much, much worse. Like, in some of the AC games, they do, like, fake-outs and everything. It's just... Yeah, AC tailing missions can go to hell. Trying to be quiet. Hey, little girl! Are you okay? Watch out for that giant Magitech armor, little girl. She might be tempered by hot cocoa and bacon. Suppose it's a good time for questions. What do we got here? Was any of this section spoiled due to the memes? No, I didn't know what was going on with the Metal Gear Thancred section. Damn it. Wow! Okay. It's... Let's start over from the beginning. I haven't saw that coming. I just didn't get there right one time. It's a great time for questions now. Yes, this is not good. Do you think the world of light could date anyone he wants? No. Because people who are taken would be like, no. However, the only people who would turn him down, or her down, or them down, would probably be people who are, you know, taken, so... blah, 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 blah. I mean, I get what they're doing, and I do. I've talked about this before, and I will talk about this again. What they're trying to do is they're trying to vary up their quest design, and that's good. But they're failing. That's bad. That's how it... I was honestly probably going to give this a gameplay negative anyways. Just because... Duh. But I'm going to give a negative for Final Cloud instead. Negative to gameplay, Final Cloud 14. There we go. Done. Okay. Let's see here. Best setting to introduce tempering primals into. None? No. Just no. Don't do that. Why would you do... Okay, for Warhammer 40k. Because then the primals would be tempered. Think about it. Or worse. They become chaos gods. Best setting... Most horrific setting to introduce tempered primals into. Real life. Is it okay to speculate in chat? Yeah, go for it, Dream Whisperer. I'd say it's okay for you because I know you haven't played any of this stuff, so you're speculating the same way I am, aka in a vacuum. The most disturbing part about the Frostpunk setting? The source of the Great Freeze. And that's all I'm going to say about that for people who haven't played it. Let's see here. Why do I think EA has not yet taken BioWare out back and shot them? Okay, so I actually have a real answer for that. First of all, Tor was, in fact, financially successful until recently, even. And arguably might still be in the, in the black. It's just not making as much money as it could be, so... I would say that that's at least a decent chunk of the reason why. But the other reason why is actually really easy to understand, because I can talk. I think EA has been making a very strong effort in the last decade or so to try and turn around their rep. To stop being the punching bag of gaming studios. They have been rather ironically assisted in this by virtue of the fact that so many other gaming studios have been so much worse than them in the last few years. I mean, yeah, there's Blizzard, and there's Ubisoft, and there's 2K Games, and there's Warner, and basically everyone, really. Just kind of everyone. I mean, I don't know if you've noticed, but there are several indie studios which have had the same actual problem of, being ousted, for lack of a better way to put it. Now I'm being punched. I'll just accept my punches here. Actually, can I get a massage? There we go. Thanks, appreciate it. I was expecting it too. I don't know if you noticed I was kind of angling for the tree. I apparently have a package. I'll be right back. Actually, I think I mean I already have given a full positive for a clear attempt to vary up quest design, which deserves its own recognition, absolutely. Ah. Who are you? Stay back. The house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. God. I'm Alphina. This is my sister Alize and our good friend Lore, the Icon Slayer. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anything else. I give you my word. We are comrades and have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savage is the one responsible for this. You did this to us. Did what to you? One of the reasons we came was to find out what's happening here. Telephroy and the others are to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald and won't stop till they destroy the entire world. They're the enemy. Our enemy. In our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who've been made their thralls. The poor souls are now in our care. We're striving to cure them of this affliction. You're the first person we've met who hasn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Telephroy's influence? Are there others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? Rydia. Licinia. As for how I managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question. Ever since that night and the roar, the terrible roar, and then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. How do you derail an entire train? If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but I didn't stay to watch. I fled, as far as my legs would carry me. Do you have family here? Is this their home? No, this is Victor's Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers. Or it was, but now me and a few others are borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. Just want to keep everyone safe, and I didn't know if you're... Truth is, supplies are running low. You said you're here to help. Can you? Of course. Thank you. I'd better tell the others first, though. Wait here. Yeah, to contrast the large house thing in Charlean, my sister has a larger house than that one. This is, everyone. How do you do, fellow echoes? Licinia says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us means of heating the place as a sign of goodwill, maybe we could take your word. If that's too much to ask, then leave us be. No time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with little magic? Yeah, sure. I'll have a fire burning in no time. Maybe we build it under the gazebo. The what? Oh, the boiler. Yeah, yeah, do what you will. Yeah, it's either SNES RPG effect, or this is indicative of just how badly they treat their retired soldiers. Hello, Elizar. Well, you're out of the military. Here you go. Fling. Enjoy the lodging. Like, I mean, this isn't exactly unrespectable, and I wouldn't mind having a house this size, but, like, this is your retiree mansion for multiple people? Does everyone get a bunk? Just double checking it. No, still not there. Huh? Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all the running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for others. As you can tell, they're in a worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer or with more food, but we're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? Oh, I can help them. Actually, speaking of which, I need to... There we go. Dot, dot, dot. All's well. All's well. Food in my belly, song in my heart. They need most is a decent meal. We have food back at the camp, but there's distance to consider. I can feel my fingers again. I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it'll take time for the fire to do its work. That would be a good occasion to make use of Amelian's tinctures, the ones that warm the body. Would you make sure everyone gets one? Yeah, sure, I'll heat them up. Let's see here. Oh, I can't use high fire without a target. Whatever. The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it'll return with a vengeance. Yeah, that's what this is for. Here you go. Warming tincture? I've never heard of such a thing. Yeah, no harm in trying. But tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Although calling it that seems absurd after what's happened. It's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from the wind and snow. Food production, water purification, the magitex that sustains us has come to a grinding halt. What machina that remains operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, ceruleum ingots is full of the stuff for all the good it does. No one here knows about extraction or refinement. All is well. It's never better. Yeah, that music is terrifying. With sleet libation, is it poison? 'Tis a joke. If I laugh, 'tis that I may not weep, so said the poet. And alas, my tears would freeze on my cheeks ere they fell. We're the blessed damned, to bear witness to the fall of a great empire while our brethren lay dead or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. Then morning came, Garlemald was no more. Also, roar of lavas, and a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams as our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash, as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace. Each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering, perhaps, to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. Yeah, this is a good thing to do for spring break. Spring break! Woo! Yeah! Yep, this is, woo! What do you want? Not much. Infinite power would be nice. A tincture? Might as well drink it, I suppose. What's the downside? So the short answer to your question, Elizar, is I don't remember. So, I don't remember. That? Oh, it's a radio. You don't have it where you came from, I take it. We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components, crafted with the finest ore, sourced from Locus Amaneus, it is. Not all that useful since the capital fell under run. The people at the broadcasting station either fled or ended up like the others. And all we've been hearing is the same music played over and over and over again. Oh my god, it's Persona 5 all over again. Home beyond the horizon, an ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Amaneus. We may have been founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hope to take back what was once ours. It is a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe Emperor Varus yet lives. Nope. And that he speaks to us through the radios. Nope. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself. He might one day make his triumphant return. Nope, 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 nope. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. He's alive! Oh god, he's alive! Anyone got any threes? Why isn't this hellscape a good place for role-playing? Don't answer that. Ah! What's that? It's a tincture. Ice fishing's a real thing, so yeah. Although I've only done that once myself. In Colorado. That's what you gave the others. Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, got a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in Laterum? I saw Legatus Vergilius troops heading towards the Magnus Glacius a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Oh yeah, ice fishing's a whole thing. I figured it would just be chop a hole and put a line down, but no, it's like you got to do this whole setup for ice fishing. We actually were renting a shack which was set up by like a local fishery just for people who wanted to go ice fishing, and there were a couple set out on the lake. It was a whole thing. It was kind of cool. Camp Broken Glass, you'd call it, and Virgilia and her men are there now. How'd you reach the Magna Glacius? Did you cross the mountains on foot? No, we're not crazy, and we don't have that kind of time. Airships, and there might be a way to... Cinia, where's everyone? Is something the matter? I'm not deaf, you know. A voice from inside. You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby Almasty found a way to the halt. It wouldn't be the first time. Without our soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming close to the settlements. Some of them known to attack people, too. I just had an idea. If you're strong enough to defeat a Legatus, then surely a few beasts won't pose a threat. If you mind to continue helping us, maybe you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there, people whose job it was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food, and that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. Top of that, to even reach the den, we'd have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until we're strong enough to make it to your camp. If the offer still stands. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but that might be another way to pay the tappers. Yeah, well, watch out for the baby Almasties while we're away. Yes, of course. I'll shoo them away. Ahem. I suppose, Scion. I mean, I'm going to go ahead and be completely honest. I do not understand that, but I understand. Or I guess a better way to phrase that would be, I don't comprehend that, but I do understand it. Speaking of random jumps, Borderlands 3 continues to impress with how badly designed its overworld is. So there's this one map, right? Oh my god, an ether current. I mean, yeah, while I'm here, why not? This will be my first ether current of the expansion. That's funny. I was just being weird. So picture this for a second. Picture there's this map. And actually, no, let's picture it like a bridge. Let's make it nice and narrow. It's not, but just bear with me for a second. So there's a bridge, kind of like this one, right? And let's imagine there's a warp point on that end of the bridge, which you can teleport to. And your goal is like right where Serona is there, right where US Corp is, okay? So that's your destination. So you warp over there and you come this way, but because the map is designed terribly, it is intended that there's no way to go from there to here. What it wants you to do is go all the way around. Hang on. To there and come all the way back around and get a knock at your door. So, you're supposed to go all the way around, right? We didn't. All four of us said, screw that. What ensued was us bomb jumping our way through the geometry in order to try and get through this stupid bridge. Successfully, I feel like pointing out. But what's really funny is what's supposed to happen is you're supposed to go all the way around to the other side and then do a quest event where you retake the spot that we're going to, and once you've done that, then all the doors open and you can warp there. Here's the funny thing, though. Simply being near the warp path meant we got the fast travel spot. So once we had successfully bomb jumped our way around, gotten into the base, and gotten the warp path, everyone else could just warp in, but the quest thing was still on the other side of that wall, which we couldn't get around. Now, hang on, it gets worse. We're like, no problem. I happen to bring the truck vehicle. There's 3 vehicles in the game. I happen to bring the truck vehicle, so it's all right. Park up the truck, jump on the truck, jump over the wall. So they programmed the truck to have, and I forget what this is actually called in design terms, but it's slippery terrain. We've actually seen this in 14. It's terrain you're not supposed to stand on. If you've played Oblivion, you know what slippery terrain is. So you don't have collision on it. You're supposed to just slide off of it, right? So you jump on the truck, and then you do this. So we had to bomb jump again in order to go around. Basically it was just like this. There was this bottomless pit of death down here, and we had to jump around like the edges of the terrain in ways that is extremely clearly not intended to get to the other side to start the event, to get into the area that we were already at. You might ask, why are we still playing that game? Well, the guns are pretty fun, and the boss fights are enjoyable. And it's a co-op game. So let's see. Questions while we're walking. Roman says, are you enjoying the expansion? Yes. I will go with yes on that one. What do you think the most disturbing... Oh, I already answered that one. Hang on. Delete. I don't remember your question at this point, Dream Whisperer, because I already answered it. Oh, you were asking if it's okay to speculate. Yes, because I know you haven't played this game, you can speculate, and it's cool. Co-op does tend to make pretty much even bad games enjoyable, so yeah, can confirm. I forget, Takoida? We use instanced loot, whichever one that is. Who goes there? How'd you find us? What do you mean I stand out like a store thumb? As if purebloods over at Victor's Spoils hadn't given her away a location. You'd have never found us. Those stuck-up arseholes thought they could come waltzing in or demanding cerulean with nothing to offer in return. Ha! Looks like boots on the other foot now that the capital's gone to shite. So resorted to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, sellsword. If you think they'll give in to intimidation, they got another thing coming. Are you stupid? Or just cold and hungry? Which actually would explain a lot, now that I think about it. We done here? Borderlands 3, Dr. Winter. There you are. What? Just after you left, she asked me to go and catch you in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip I have a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. Don't look at me. This is Tapper's Den. Well, after you. Yeah, we need someone who can actually speak to be here. Yeah, we're on Eden 6 right now, Dr. Winter, if you know where that is. If you don't, it's a swamp planet. Who are you? What happened to the guards? Yeah, they're turbo dead. My bad. Don't worry, I set Gunblade to stun. Aorcians and rebels are here to save the people of Garlemald? Yeah. That doesn't make any sense. Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those bastards to the sword? Are you stupid? Let me guess, none of you are Garlean. You were brought here from other lands? Kiribania, Yanksha, Boja, Dalmasca, to name a few. Some dragged here against our wills, others fed bollocks about a better life, all put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of On, placed us firmly at the bottom rung of the ladder. The old hierarchy means nothing with the new Garlemald, says we. But the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed is Cerulia Ingens, still sustaining us, even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake, but how can you do that if it's frozen over? Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. Anyway, it's not as if ceruleum's used for much these days, well, with the city in ruins. We take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later, and though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrelful. If they're interested, we'll just exchange it for food. Oh, well, we can certainly ask, but you're all free to go now. Why carry on living here? Free to go where? Even if we manage to get back to our homelands, there's nothing left for us thanks to the Empire. And the knowledge and skills we've acquired working for us would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying here. As long as there's a need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by. Even if Garlemald, as we know it, is gone for good. Okay. I mean, no, that makes a degree of sense. And remember, they're low on food, so imagine going over those mountains on foot without food supplies and... Okay, yep. I mean, I'd have killed myself at this point, but, you know. Just to get that daily mandated suicide in. That's the real reason. How the bloody hell did you find us here? Who are you? I'm an XIV... No, I'm a terrible bodyguard. If you're wondering why we post guards outside, it's because we've had some trouble with the other refugees, and I don't mean the ones at Victor's Spoils. Some come bearing weapons and won't take no for an answer. As for the 2 guards you met on the way in, I'll tell you what we've discussed once they've recovered from the beating you gave them. Come to think of it, maybe we should ask your contingent to send some bandages and healing balm. They attacked me! Regardless of what Ilsebar's contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, this would have been cause for celebration, while for others, the whole way of life would have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, maybe it's for the best it's consigned to history, but what of the ordinary people? Should they be forgotten too? No. I suppose there's plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. So you come seeking ceruleum. What? The purebloods at Victor's Spoils sent you. Turned out that was for help. They must be more desperate than I thought. Then again, Licinia's got her little sister to think about. We only saw Licinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever's ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there's any way to get it around here. I may have refused her at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I can spare a bottle's worth. Consider it reward for introducing me to your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? Yeah, sure, and we did bring food supplies, so we will try to trade what we can. More importantly, I'm going to be reaching out to a few people to think about hunting, because we need to be increasing our food supplies now. And I see plenty of monsters out here which are probably edible. Evening, officers. Nothing to see here. Fellow Imperial. Just doing my rounds. Don't mind me. Everything's cool. Okay, run! Oh god, I'm so slow! Oh god, it's terrible. Oh, Jesus. Oh, I don't blame you, Kira White Noise. I can complain about a lot of things in Borderlands 3. Like, a lot. But the two main villains are actively the worst part of the entire game. I mean, this actually looks kind of cool, yeah. Magitech armors on the snow. Not just because of the reference, but because it's a cool image to begin with. I mean, think about it. There's something poetic about it. That's why they used it in FF6. Giant chunks of Magitech armor stomping through the snow on the way to their destination, you know? There's a contrast there between nature and technology, which works. It would be the same with most really hostile terrains, really. It's just they picked snow, and therefore we have Narsh. There's apparently Jazztown. I would say the Calypso twins are worse, Dr. Winter. Right. It's quiet. Too quiet. I would have thought Alphino would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. Okay. Well, time to murder a whole lot of people. Well. He's a sage. He's fine. They can DPS. So, what happened? They asked me to help carry supplies, but when I fell back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared worse than me. You can't fool us. We know what you're about. What? Vultures! That's what you are. Waiting in the wings to show weakness, when then you swoop. Here to help. What a rot. All a ploy to make us lower our guard. You're an idiot. Or hungry. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge! You're wrong. That's not what any of us want. The ones who wanted that, we left behind. Specifically because of scenarios like this. Save the arguments. We got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles in a bed that's still warm. It's true. She was hiding her sick sister in the house. Yeah, sure. I'll wrap you up in chains and drag you by the chain to our camp to heal you and give you food and warmth. You moron. So she took her sister and ran away from you and yours, and if you think I'll tell you you're a fool, I never gave up my people. Yep, you're about to get them killed because you refuse to tell us where they are. Her sister's ill, the empty bottles prove it, so the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry, or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you! God, you are extraordinarily indoctrinated. To invade our homeland, taint it with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. A Garlean would sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than be corrupted by your vile magics. You were waiting for a chance to free them since the moment you arrived. I'd just walk over and flick him on the forehead and then leave. No, that's not true. I would drag him kicking and screaming to the camp and heal and offer some food. I would. Quite literally. Like, I turned to my GM, and I'm like, all right, I want to do a grapple check. I'm pretty sure I'm going to succeed at this. Rob us of our lands, rob us of our pride. I won't allow it. Better to die than live in servitude and shame. The girls would say the same. I'll follow as soon as I can. After I give them basic treatment, I'll take the men inside the house. Use a light sleeping enchantment to help them rest and ensure they don't cause any more trouble. Yeah, no, sure. Do what you gotta do. I mean, I call him an idiot, because he is. But, yeah, no, this is messed up on pretty much every level. Also, I didn't point this out earlier, but there's a ceruleum sprite. Just think about that for a second. Then again, Warcraft has elementals, so what the hell do I know? So, 2 fresh sets of footprints. This is definitely them. Come on. I would say it's improved substantially, Tim. Sorry, Tim asks, how much better is Arkham Asylum with Batman as the license? If it was the exact same game, but without Batman as skin, would it have been as good? The answer is no. Obviously, not only there is familiarity effect a thing, but far more importantly, that skin adds obvious and relevant flavor, which helps color the entire experience, regardless of the gameplay. The trail stops at the frozen lake. Maybe they chose this route so it's to not leave footprints. Yep, they're just, oh, they're dead. They're so dead. We're gonna find some corpses. That's our life here. It's our lot. Yep, rise. I'd flyer for a theater group. Although the run has since ended. Aw. And here I was hoping for a show. That's apparently an almasty. Right. The blood staining the snow appears to be fresh. Okay, that's good. Good sign. But, well, I'm not fictional, Dr. Winter. But the obvious answer for best necromancer in fiction is the second Lich King. Followed by the third Lich King, followed by the first Lich King. Then my fourth favorite necromancer in fiction is... Jesus Christ. Halawajoko. From Guild Wars. After that, I'd have to think about it. Yep, they're already cold. You know, the best part is they died for no reason. I mean, you could say fear, but they died for no good reason. Now, everyone, stop. It's...
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked.
They were killed. The swipe didn't kill them, but it might as well have. Blood loss while sick in this environment?
No. Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have...
No.
We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither did they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there's something to the tale after all.
No, there isn't.
I want to understand. So I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
There must have been something we could have done, but what? Ironically, what we could have done is been substantially more forwards, which would have made them more scared and more terrified, but they would still be alive. Even if we had to take them literally prisoner and bind them to drag them back to the camp to keep them that way, that is the only way they would have survived. Should we have never come here? No, that's stupid. Would they be alive if we hadn't? No, they were running out of medicine and food and heat. Forgive me for being pragmatic, but in situations like this is fairly flat, if you'll forgive me for being blunt. The only thing we could have done better than what we did was to force the situation. And there are obvious flaws with that. We have already caused enough harm here. Let's return to the camp before we cause more. We should send someone to these people, someone who isn't us. Let's do this. Yeah, we literally have Garleans here. Send some Garleans. We mustn't forget to send some of our allies to Tapper's Den. We still owe them for the bottle of cerulean. Would you mind giving Lucia a full support? Yeah, we met some morons. Treatment of the Tempered is proceeding as well as can be expected. If there's any report, I'll let you know, though I gather you have a report of your own to deliver. Something the matter? You look a bit off. Well, you know. We were saying, but the three of you appear rather drained. Is there aught that could do be of assistance? Are you? He is my height. Holy crap. Alize and Alphino tell me they have finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrain from saying much more than that. Clearly they are reluctant to provide details. Might I ask for your account? Yeah, unfortunately, Takoida's correct. People kind of get weird under strange circumstance.
Thank you for your report.
There are protocols for dealing with that. Having to literally knock someone out to save them is actually something that's happened. Not just in, like, dire situations, but just in more mundane things, like a house fire. My uncle, who actually used to be a part of the, I forget what it's called, the medical SWAT team, I forget what they're called, has told me plenty of stories where he had to literally bind someone on the fly and drag them out, kicking and screaming and trying desperately to claw at whatever they could because they were just insensate with panic. Like, their mind was just stuck trying to downshift because of what was going on. And you just at certain points, it's like, nope, come on, let's go. Let's go. And forgive me, but that's probably what we should have done with those people.
We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
Oh no, Alphino and Alize probably have no idea how to be a first
As you
responder.
may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Populares, Maxima identified.
Sorry for jumping in here. None of this is a negative to the game. I'm giving what I would have done as a T&D character because I have that knowledge, I have that experience, I have that backing, right? I have put points into knowledge first responder. These two have probably never actually dealt with what I can only refer to as a mundane crisis scenario. Oh, sure, they've fought giant beasts and horrible stuff, whatever, but they've never dealt with an everyday crisis, an everyday conflict like that.
They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald.
Yeah, ironically, Gaius probably would have been very useful.
The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it.
Lore shock.
Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front line, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Zenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the 3rd Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the 1st Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
Yeah, duh. As a further aside, it's almost a shame that so much of this happens off camera. But yeah, this is actually one of the neater civil wars I've seen, which is really, really sad.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
Yeah, Fandaniel.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
By the way, hi, Evo.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
Yeah.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor.
An immense tremor, you say?
From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
Yeah, I should mention that I've been calling it the Tower of Babel because I assumed they were going to do that. Because, you know, FF4 references. I didn't actually know. So, just point that out.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Varus spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
I was actually wondering.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you.
What?
A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall.
Oh.
Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
So here's another one of those terrible, terrible problems we're facing here. Tempering is only the most surface-level beginning of issues we have.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
I love how coldly she says that.
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it.
If we were, we would have brought an actual army with us.
Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
That's gross, and no, Gum Gum.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I'll go.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
I mean, what would your mother say if I let you 2 go by yourselves? Speaking as their father.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
I mean... By the way, we've talked a lot about how you do storytelling, where your main character is a Superman, is ridiculously strong. This is a good example, and I mean that with sincerity. Because we can't just kill these people. In fact, the goal is very much the opposite of that.
Couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
No, you won't. I wouldn't have given it here and now, because that's actually an incorrect choice. Really. Giving someone a weapon when they're in a civilian camp and they're clearly unstable and arguably violent is a bad thing. I would have taken the sword and given it back to him once we got out on the road. I worried they were not in the best state of mind to volunteer for this undertaking, but what's done is done. I know you'll take care of them, and I trust yourself as well. Yeah, well, I'm an idiot in lore, so... You're resilient in the face of hardship, you as well, but good intentions and stubborn determination will not be enough to bring our mission to successful conclusion. Be on your guard. Julius Pirinobanus. It's unusual for one so young to achieve such a high rank. Very unusual. His uniform identifies him as a member of the First Legion, which has a particularly fierce reputation. Whoever his superior may be, I advise you approach with caution. You know, you say that, Final Cloud, but experience has shown me that thanks to cutscene incompetence, the moment we enter cutscene land, the enemy can easily and effortlessly take hostages and outdo us and blah, 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 blah. We captured the boy as he was about to make off with food. He must be very hungry to take such risks. Maybe we should give him something to eat, reward him for his boldness. No. Perhaps it's unwise to volunteer for a mission so soon after the previous disaster. Nevertheless, I shall not squander this opportunity. I know, this won't bring back Licinia or her sister. Take the same risks, make the same mistakes. Possible, but better than to give up. And there's the theme of the entire expansion in one sentence. The lowly task of keeping watch over provisions would not normally befit the sun, but these being unusual circumstances, I will let no man take that which is not by right theirs. And actually, I'm actually grateful, Magni, for probably the first time ever, because you're a very good person to defend the food stocks. Well, yeah, but the Imperium of Man is like pure evil, Gumgo. I stand by my statement. The answer is no. That's gross. You'll be received as invited guests, so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Thancred in particular will be worried sick if you're gone too long. Good to know. So we now have our watchword, and we know that Thancred will be with us. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it as an act of hostility. Whatever. How do you nod politely in Garlean? I'm not going to make the joke. But I totally could. Speaking of which, Gum asked a question a few days ago. What is the Empire's imperial military doctrine for its navy? So obviously you're asking a broad question, which basically is asking, what's the economic policy of the entire country of the United States? But I'll try to give you a broad, generic answer. The Imperial Navy is there to function as the glue that connects the systems and planets to each other. Obviously, they are a military, so if they have to fight someone, they will, but they've never started a fight because there's no real reason to unless they have to. So, for example, let's use a random example. Let's say that there's this guy named Fandaniel, who's like, hey, I'm gonna be over here and I'm gonna brainwash people and be a slave race. So that would be a situation in which the Imperial military, specifically the Navy, would get involved rather quickly and rather early, coordinating with, of course, whatever other task force is necessary in order to figure out what the hell's going on, and stop it immediately. In short, they use their brains. Yeah, no more than 3. Where do you think their headquarters are? Probably further in the city. Yep, no more than 3. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We'll head over the hill, follow the road, do this, go there. Children in the lead. We do have names, you know. I'm Alizé, this is Alphino, and this is Lore. Lore? Where have I heard that before? I wouldn't worry about it. Alphino and Alizé will watch the road while I bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about being dangerous, Joe. You're to run, not saunter, run towards the station. If you even think about going for a weapon, the deal's off. Should the creatures by the way, we go around them. Okay, that's okay. Just ignore the food source over there. Yeah, just run right through it there. Oh, hi, Shadow Machine. Yep, it's a tailing mission with an escort, but no stealth mission, so that's cool. Already better than the previous mission. Oh no, I noticed. He's staring at me. Like, see? Like, not only is he linked to me, but it's harder to tell. But his, FF14 has a thing where you could change where the head is pointing based on target. So, his is pointing at me. Once, Lunaruth. Right towards the end. My sprint was off cooldown, so I didn't make it in time. I'm sorely tempted to draw my weapon just to see if it fails the mission. I suppose in the interest of review, I should. No? Okay. Just curious. It was BFA, yes. This is it. First stop, that is. Good. Looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. These are your headquarters? No, we're stopping so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept to your side of the bargain, we can carry on. No, this is actually a different gunblade. This is the one I got in Zot. specifically. Yep, nobody's following us. I wonder what sort of conditions Julius and his comrades are living in. If they have any sense, they'll have picked somewhere like Victor's spoils to take shelter. We're getting closer to the palace, if one can call it that. Surely it's a terrifying sight to behold. Yeah, it doesn't have the glow like Bragwin's chakrams did, but it's decent. North of the station is Regio Domorum, one of the main residential areas, or it was. Yeah, like that. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if they're given a chance. Keep close, no wandering off. Still not at the point where I'm getting gear, but that's okay. So, northeast. Blah, blah. They would attack their own countrymen? They spare their own, but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we'll try to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you'll have to fight them off. This two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they'd be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I will not take that chance. Yeah, coffers of lower level item is my point, Rex. It's the expansion thing, right? You get raid gear and you're good for a few levels. Yeah, I've got Crypt Weavers, so yeah, I'm good for a minute. Okay, well, we're perfectly capable of holding our own. I know. I see why your comrades chose you. Yeah, I'm the heavy. Julius, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered, as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody that we administer treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my liege are concerned, they're no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who thought differently have tried to reason them and butchered for their bleeding hearts. Yeah, that's because you're an idiot! I mean, hi. So here's the train I actually referenced earlier. Let's check this out for a second. That is not quite the kind of rail I was expecting, so... Still, that's, that has managed to get rather off the rails. Hate to watch you bear this burden alone. Alizé, I'm fine. Of course, Omega Legion. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a proper trolley. So we're not being followed. We continue onward. That's what I said, Lunareth, an idiot. Sorry. I'm going to keep calling them idiots, because what else can I use in such a phrase? Glory be to trolley. I meant what I said, these people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before out of desire to remain undiscovered. That's still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid unnecessary confrontations. I suppose my point is I'm using idiot as an insult and not as a statement of fact. If I wanted to call someone idiot as a statement of fact, I would call them stupid. But I'm not. They're idiots. Tertium. Too close to that thing for comfort. Now these people are too far gone. We've actually established that. This is beyond even us. When they start sprouting tentacles from their heads, or from their where their heads used to be, they're gone. At least, as far as we're currently aware. Who knows? Maybe someday we'll be able to pick up flesh crafting. I mean, we know flesh crafting is a thing. In fact, they are a victim of it. So, maybe someday. what they become. Would you still stand there and claim they can be cured? Not those ones. Those exposed to a vast quantity of a primal's ether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it! Now that you've seen them atrocity yourself, maybe think twice before speaking of a cure. Idiot! Be thankful I'm kind enough to not smack you in the face right now. Apparently I don't get that waypoint yet. Okay. I know, right, Set Slayer? We have cured people. Oh, by the way, those were lemon Oreos, specifically, Ross, if you were wondering. They go quite well with the marshmallow fluff. I wasn't joking, though. I only have the one. That's quite enough dessert for me. One Oreo and some marshmallow fluff. The burger was really good, by the way. If you're wondering, that was the Dijon one. The one with Swiss and avocado. Even here in the outskirts, it's plain to see how different Garlemald is compared to the cities. Yeah, it probably looked gross, but that was just the cheese that was literally melting. Like, it showed up warm. I was just... yeah. We're almost there. You've kept your side of the agreement, so I'll keep mine. This one. I would... oh, no, there was no mayo. There was successfully no mayonnaise. I was about to say, I hate mayo, but no, you're... yeah. This is Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations, now serving as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I'll be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Okay. Yeah, it was a local joint. Never heard of it before. This is my first time ever getting something from them. Their fries sucked. Always try out the fries. But their fries sucked. I could quite literally make better fries myself. Like, from scratch, from potatoes. And I have. Homemade fries are good. I know there's such expansive structures built underground. Yeah, it's called a trolleyway. I mean a subway, sorry. Plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. Yep, 5 entrances and exits, and that's it. As if Julius was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Yup. Much like Victor's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. What's a reversible rocket? Lower your voices while you be here as guests. The other will not take kindly to your presence. My commander's in the locomotive over there. Oh, I will actually obey and not talk to the NPCs. And we'll see if I can attune, just for the hell of it. Nope. It actually looks like it's not powered, which would make sense given it's probably ceruleum powered. Now comes the true test. Its imposing commander.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir.
Judge Bergen hat.
I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Vankina, Legatus of the First Legion. The First? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and Empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit.
You realize that a cessation of hostilities between Garlemald and the Urzian Alliance is a benefit, you moron! Do you understand the concept of economic war de-incentivication? No, of course you don't, because you're an idiot.
If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it?
It's being debated for the same reason that Urianger and Thancred had a debate earlier, about the exact same topic, actually. It's the theme of the work, and they're weaving it into dialogue, even when it arguably shouldn't be there. I'm not sure what I think about that yet.
Can we not work together? To face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald?
You're an idiot.
Is it because we do not share your faith?
You're an idiot.
That we do not share your heritage?
You're an idiot.
That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope.
Wow, I'm sure glad you're not in charge of anybody. Alright, everyone. I've decided that rather than get food or heat or anything good whatsoever, we're all gonna die. But, hang on, it's gonna be cool, because we're all gonna die for no good reason. So, everyone huddle together. Honestly, Alizé.
Seems there is nothing more to say on the matter.
Yeah, nope, just let it go. Oh, please don't make me fight my way out of here, because I can. I could kill all of you.
Remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
You are incapable of harming me. And if you try to harm them, you will probably not live to regret it.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition.
You know, I just noticed the irony. This guy who is very clearly a Kool-Aid drinker is wearing Judge Bergen's outfit.
Collar them.
Yeah, no, that was assuredly deliberate.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock.
We've seen these before on the Gunbreaker chain.
Stop. Keep away from that one.
Yes. You try to collar me, I'm not allowing that.
The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed.
Thankfully, he has a brain. Notice their reaction to that.
Even if he allowed himself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If he refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We can deal with the pain while you get these things off us.
Forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
Because we're on the opposite side of the equation than you. You should probably die, to be completely blunt. You are quite literally poisoning, society by your mere existence. Even the most bitter adversary may one day see reason. Remember that? I remember that. That's exactly what I was referencing, too.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
And yeah, I will give him credit for the fact that he recognizes that he's on the back foot here. And he's trying to do everything he can about it to control it because that's what he's used to. I think to some extent or another, he realizes that if I decided to go nuclear, he's gone. In fact, to be perfectly blunt, I think he actually expected me to kill him in that meeting. And now he's like, I don't know what to deal with this, so I'm going to revert back to, you know, standard procedure. Take more than a trifle as this to deter us. Compared to what Garlemald's people have suffered in recent days, these callers are a minor inconvenience. I have to remind myself not to touch it if it starts to itch. I'd rather not set it up by accident. Anyway, let's talk to the refugees. How does what sound come from? Oh, the reverse rocket things. Got it. I mean, sure. I mean, when they progress to that is up to them, and it depends on the geopolitical environment of the entire planet, because the only reason we didn't get to that earlier is because we had other concerns. Before we ask, no, I don't have a key or other means to remove your collars. Or would I tell you if I did? If you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So, do you truly intend to speak with the others, or was that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean, or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. Oh no, he's totally doubling down. And what's funny is, in most situations in life, doubling down is the incorrect choice. It is very rare that doubling down is the right move. That's the funny thing. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people and turning their coats and the like, those shock collars will be the least of your worries. Though we're somewhat compromised, let's not waste this opportunity. Yeah, sure. You, on the other hand, may go wherever you wish, even outside the camp. I know I couldn't stop you if I tried. But if you do anything to endanger us or our interest, Alphino and Alze will pay the price. Can I attune to this damn thing yet? No. Okay. It's you, Lord Runner. I served Lord Gaius in the 14th. I was there on the night the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers killed them. Comrades, friends, swept them aside in their dozens as if they were nothing to you. And maybe I am too. Just another faceless enemy to be cut down, but it won't be long until our countrymen return. Until you get what you deserve. Mark my words. Sorry. That's just kind of sad. To the point of being humorous. Yeah, just hang on. Glug, glug, glug. Oh my gosh. This young soldier is freezing to death. That's lovely. I love watching people freeze to death. Yeah, Gigapudding, can you cook us up some, kidding, casual. Cook us up some copium. You are the so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk of yours. By the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear I'll... Ugh, tore the sutures. All the times. The worst of the lot within striking distance. I can't even muster the strength. Weren't for the third bleeding us, we'd be the end of you. Vergilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus his life, but we made our escape. Took shelter in a mansion, tended the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then... Night fell as we gathered around the radio, and then the roar. The terrible roar. I'm not going to play it again. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you call this a mercy, mind intact, body broken, a soldier in name only. I'd cut you down if I could, murderer. I have killed many, many, many people. How many have you killed, out of curiosity? Random question. And yep, there's their radio. No, not at all. Nobody's killed as many as me, Leander. Except for him itself. You came with Julius, didn't you? Oh, whatever business brought you here, you best keep your hand off that etherite. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess about it. Yeah, it could be all M. Bison. But for me, it was a Tuesday. And a Wednesday and a Thursday. I have to do the MSQ queue every frickin' day. So I kill all your people, all your friends and family all the time. It's okay, I get like a third of a level out of it. built by Garleans for Garleans, could teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal. These days, however, we use the Aetheryte's power to keep the place lit, though that comes at the cost of its normal function. I figured they were literally off, but I figured they were... Let me walk that back. I figured they were unpowered, not literally off. What? Happiness juice. Sweet! It's okay. I got some copium. It's cool. It's cool. We're cool. Hang on. There we go. Okay, there we go. We're good. We're good. Woo! Man, who needs tempering when you've got these people? Am I right? Cold and hasn't had a meal in days. If only we brought food with us. Yep. This is all kinds of messed. Learning of note. When your findings are consistent with my own, their plight is desperate indeed. Sick and injured are at greatest risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, they will soon perish. Well, I suppose that's the worst case scenario. I know that sounds extremely dark, but no, that's the medic in me thinking. You always start with the worst case scenario. And the worst case scenario is these people will all get to the point where they are so hungry and so cold that they will get desperate enough to do stupid things, be incapable of doing desperate and stupid things because they are so cold and so hungry, and slowly die. And that is what we need to move up from. It's there, my eyes. I can't see all that well. Thank you. The numbness subsided a little. I know I won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve that way. Yeah, the best death scenario is they die in their sleep. Which, honestly, I've seen at least 3 NPCs so far who are right there. So those you met fare no better. I was worried if you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling, but we can't leave them like this. Maybe we get permission to have a contingent deliver supplies? Quintus may have had his feelings on the matter clear, but even he must recognize they are not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Julius could persuade him? Though we need to persuade Julius. Oh yeah, that's a great idea. So, you need food. You probably need ceruleum, too. We have access to both. We didn't bring much with us, though. That's starting to be more and more of a problem. You know what this reminds me of? Frostpunk. Hear me out for a second. One of the things that Frostpunk does brilliantly is you start off with a resource. Doesn't matter what it is. In this case, it's actually food, right? And that resource is very finite. There are only so much of that you can get. You can gain a little bit more of it, but generally speaking, this is your pool. This is your bank. And you will encounter many situations where you can give and give and give of it, and it's almost always beneficial to do so, but you're draining the bank. We didn't bring that much food with us, and there's not much hunting game around here. So, trading food to the cerulean people, and then trading food to get more ceruleum, and then giving food to these people is something that's going to get more and more and more and more of a problem. Julius, the people here have barely enough food and supplies to survive. Have you and the others been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses, as most families kept some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we have lots of mouths to feed. Fuel is the greater concern, though. We had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been the other refugees or the afflicted, for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are only going to get worse, instead of better. Well, if it's ceruleum, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Everything will change. These mysterious countrymen of yours, I assume? heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you can do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Telephoroi. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. We've identified the seat of the enemy's power, we realized. Lord Quintus dispatched messengers to the 10th Legion, saying as much, and instructed them to join forces with the Provincial Legions to prepare for a combined assault on the Telephoroi. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running for the hills, and we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before the reinforcements reach Garlemald. Also, you don't have a defense against the tempering, but let's not get into that. They need help now. Say the word, we'll bring you ceruleum. I will speak with Lord Quintus. The irony, the horrible irony, is if they weren't in this bad of a way, they probably would just say no outright and not even consider it. But as I've said before, cold and hunger do very strange things to the mind. You will not place Garlemald in the debt of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Okay. You are more trouble than you're worth. I was going to say the same thing for you. Once you're outside, you will follow my instructions to the leather. We depart shortly. Sure. See, I admittedly don't understand that personally, Balvadrix, but then again, as you are probably aware, I have been starving and desperate and cold before, and I was rather grateful for the help that I got. I haven't even read it yet, Gum Gum. Sorry. Give me a minute. That's why the queue is there, so I can get to it when I have time, which I do not right now. Although this is hardly the solution we had in mind, it will have to suffice for the time being. Without healing magics, there's little we can do for these people beyond words of encouragement, but this way we'll be able to offer them tangible assistance. Oh yeah, Emmett Selk made just a wonderful despair engine, which is funny when you think about it, if I'm right. Begin searching for Saloom in Regio Urbanissima. The first location is Forum Solius. So, let's go. Oh no, I agree, Cashel. What I said earlier, I meant with total sincerity. Quintus needs to be removed from the equation. He is poisoning the situation. If there is to be a brave new world, our generation is going to have the hardest time living in it. It is a flat reality that some people, admittedly regardless of age, but the percentage likelihood of them being like this increases the older they are, do not change their minds and are too set in their ways. I guess I can mount. So, Quintus probably needs to be removed from the equation. I say I hedge on that because I'm not 100% sure of that. But people like I just mentioned, 100% absolutely need to be removed from the equation. Two down. These are the only ether currents I've gotten this whole expansion so far. Just because I've stumbled into them. It's actually funny. I haven't seen any in the other zones. Just because I'm curious. Where is that? It's been a while since I've opened that menu. There it is. And I actually saw the kid in a cutscene just a few seconds ago. Die for the cause. That's a terrible motto, Gum Gum. Jesus Christ. Gum Gum's trying to make their own Garlean empire there. So this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were built around them. A healthy society requires communal places for children to play and adults to socialize. This was named after the founding father of the empire, the great Solus Galvus. Did we come to extract cerulean from the wrecked Magitech armor? No, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the Machina in the vicinity. But as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour for every last drop. While I don't expect anything here, I decided to travel more time in case something's been overlooked. I see. Then with your permission, we will commence the search. Today is a good day to die. Extraordinarily powerful buff in STO. Like, to the point where, to my knowledge, it is actually the current meta, and I've been debating how to set up a build centered around it. The problem is it's really expensive to buy that trait. Like several million credits. Let's see here. Hey, I have 4 questions from Gum Gum. Let's see here. Well, there's the human skull one. I already answered that one. No. What does intergovernmental mean? Inter would be between governments. Intra would be within a government. Generally good policy when it comes to that sort of thing. You know, interstellar means in between stars. Intrastellar would mean inside of stars, which makes no sense, but whatever. Just bear with me. This, whatever it is, appears to have symbolic meaning related to the park. Even though the place is named after Solus, it doesn't seem to be a statue of him. At least not anymore. Maybe it was a fountain? Maybe man used it to sit? Yeah, there's some random rock. Oh. But yeah, intercontinental versus intracontinental. Yeah, Intrastellar would have been a very interesting movie. I would have watched that. Of course, wouldn't that just be Sunshine at that point? Which is, by the way, I recommend Sunshine if you ever haven't seen it. I think it's called Sunshine. Here, let me look that up really quick. Yep, no, it's called Sunshine. I'm right. It's about half of a really good horror film. The other half is... Giga pudding. Too cold? I don't imagine there would be much need for Magitech in a park of all places, but then again, I wasn't raised in Garlemald. They have uses for ceruleum I've yet to consider. Kind of like a radio. Okay, so, would you say... Oh, I already answered that one. When you turn 15, you join the military. That's... Okay, so let's start by saying that's terrible. Mandatory military service, especially at such a young age, is problematic in almost every way, shape, and form. So, okay, end statement. The initial year consists of demanding weapons, training, drills, and team-building exercises. Classroom competence, legal adults who are no longer under the supervision of parents. Inductees go through life adult classes, budget cooking, and sex ed. Okay. Still a terrible idea. Yeah, you will kill your nation in a few generations. I agree with that completely. That is a horrifically bad idea for basically every reason. That's also pretty much asking whoever happens to be in charge of the military to take over your country, as well as the other 5 people in charge of your military, who will also be taking over your country. All at the same time, most likely. Oh god, Snowpiercer. I am glad I didn't watch Snowpiercer. And that is all I will say on that. Not that it's a bad film, but I'm glad I didn't watch Snowpiercer. I don't think I could take it. Hang on, Giga Pudding. Let me find this 4th stupid thing. I guess I can. Yeah, the Spartans were a very self-destructive society if you've actually studied it. They were essentially in a constant state of collapse until they finally did. That's a huge summary, but yeah. Giga Pudding's evolving. Dun 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 dun. Giga Pudding's turned into Giga Popsicle. Let's see, what outfit of mine would be best suited for that? Perfect. There we go. Oh yeah. Yep, just hanging out. What's going on, Giga Pudding? Mighty fine to see a lady like yourself out here. A choco lady. A lady choco? Is that your alpha? That's your alpha. Okay. Let's just say, if alpha's just out here, holy crap. So I actually do use Q in Imperial language, Evo, but only in written language. So some of you may or may not know that certain languages have a thing where written language can contain tone. And I like that idea, and I wanted to use that for Imperial. So I cheated. Rather than change how the language is written in order to change tone, what I did was I added the possibility of what I call the Q factor. So Q serves no purpose in spoken Imperial, but in written Imperial, the Q you put and then you add something after it, usually an adjective. And so the way that can be read then is, you know, I'm too tired for this. Then you can put Q young boy, for example. So I'm too tired for this. Or I'm too tired for this Q old man. I'm too tired for this. And thus tone and nuance can be gotten across in written format. That's what the Q is used for in Imperial. So we didn't find anything. There's no sign of any ceruleum. We could expand our search, maybe? I couldn't help noticing you gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? Yeah, I saw some woman in a bikini and a chocobo mask out there. I think it's Chocolina. What? Yes. I mean, no. I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over. So, like all the other children, they just wade in and splash about. Would have stayed there if I didn't drag them out. We'd be sopping wet when all was said and done every time. And every time we get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. Pond was heated. With ceruleum-powered heater. I suppose it must have been. Come to think of it, I remember seeing the engineers changing out a tank beneath the hatch. But that was a long time ago when the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. We can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. With the machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. I'd wager it's still unbearably cold, though. Julius, what are your thoughts on magic? The average Garlean would jump out of their skin if they saw it, but the first had a few foreign Signiferi and Medici, so it doesn't scare me. Then I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now. Alphino, as you have an knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a blast of Verfire should do the trick. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. That tank isn't going to fetch itself. It's nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake like the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in the park. And we have a way of warming ourselves up after. But that's insane. No, it really isn't. It's actually pretty logical. Step aside while I drink the pond dry. That way we'll find it in no time. Last one to find the ceruleum tank is a rotten egg, although we'll probably both smell like rotten eggs when this is over. The warrior of dumbass. What's funny is Superman could actually do that, too, since, you know, is actually one of his powers. I feel like I've already said what I would call that. Gum. Oh yeah, the dumbass of light. Perfect. I like it. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Yeah, I'm actually going to change back to Gunbreaker. Yeah, Kirby mode, go. Surely this one. What's actually funny in its own right, oh, that's cute, is quite a few fictional works, the way they balance out making someone very strong, is they make him a dumbass. Probably the most common example of that is the Hulk, but it's actually a fairly common thing in a lot of fiction. I mean, to use a more modern example, Voldemort's an idiot. Yeah, we call that indoctrinated, Gum. Which is funny, because that's exactly what this story arc is all about. However, your grand discovery comes at great personal cost, as you become acutely aware of the freezing cold and a rancid odor emanating from every elm of your body. Julius will doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver to him your prize. Yeah, let's get out of that nonsense. Did you find anything? Hope you did. Uncovering hidden treasures is an adventurer's bread and butter, although one is not normally required to go elbow deep into ice cold. God, you're so skinny, Gigapudding. Oh my god. Look at that. Sorry. Normally not required to go through elbow-deep, ice-cold, stagnant pond water to retrieve it. Nevertheless, many would choose that over mowing down hordes of slavering beasts or solving annoying puzzles. I mean, we've been hit in the face with some doom and gloom for, like, the last several minutes. And by minutes, I mean, like, a couple hours, actually. So, yeah, we needed a little bit of something to recover from. Yeah, they froze to death because they were afraid of us. For no good reason. Thanos, Serrani. At least in the MCU. Call me an Uldan because by fire I am reborn, and my clothes are mostly dry now too. I appreciate you recovering the cerulean, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated in Lord Quintus's eyes, you're still envoys deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, you'd be most displeased. Yeah, your concerns duly noted, but all's well that ends well. Julius, you mentioned coming here with younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? North Korea. Gum Gum. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire awarded an estate. We lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you can imagine and so much more. I've been to Amarat. Kind of. Even during the coldest winters, we found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat, sitting down for a hot meal with family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving the same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing lights in the houses, hearing faint sounds of laughter and song of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Gray clouds give way to blue skies. Some mornings we'd climb the top of the tallest building. We could watch the sunrise. Now you might think, but why is this a thing for the Despair engine? One of the reasons that Garlemald is such a beautifully, horrifically constructed Despair engine is because they went out of their way to try and make sure that some of their people, not all, were happy, were taken care of, and were blessed. After all, how better do you convince them of their superiority if they can show them the overall quality of their lives on an everyday basis? Those rooftops are rubble, those friends dead, and those memories. But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had, our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. Yeah, no, it's the prison setup. You're exactly right. It's the prison tiering thing that we've talked about several times. And yeah, you tell them that all of this prosperity comes as a result of the things you're pushing. Whatever Kool-Aid it is you're trying to shove down their throat. And so they are loyal. That's how you indoctrinate someone. You don't I mean, there are other ways to indoctrinate someone, but this is how you indoctrinate generations. God, that's so ugly. Well, at least my clothes are finally dry. What they could do with a proper wash. Owing to the wealth of experience I've accrued in gathering firewood, I was even able to provide Julius with some basic pointers on the subject. I thought it might help build a rapport and distract him from his other concerns. No good deed. Oh, great. This is going to be bad. Now that you've recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search. Just outside the park. Oh god, Julius is dead. He's so dead. He's dead. Started to come over to your way of thinking. I look forward to exploring this place from the air, at proper speed at some point. The War Machina appear to be patrolling the area of its own volition. I wonder if it's simply following its original orders, or if it now serves the Telepheroi. Everything was built on an enormous scale in thick, cleanly cut stone, much like Amarat. Even what we know now, such similarities are no coincidence. Yeah, okay. As you can see, this place is littered with remnants of various types of War Machina. Comrades and I have already just recovered the tanks from the less damaged units. The ones that took a more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time, and that time is now. Rather than prize them apart piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tank without it rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you to stand well clear to avoid being hit by shrapnel. Before even bothering, though, you should check the Machina's cerulean gauge to see if there's anything left. Still provide an accurate reading even when the unit is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide. Okay. Well, let's try the one right next to here. Empty gauge. Got it. I've only got 2 explosives, too. Yeah, as I say, we can see how this is working out. Oh, there's an appropriateness. We're using 1st Legion Incendiary number 37. Sound familiar? It should. We use it every day in the MSQ queue, in the Meridianum. I'll go ahead and use one of those. It's what we blow the pipes with, if you've never done that. Yeah, believe it or not, I'm known for paying attention. Which is always frustrating and irritating when I'm not paying attention, or when I miss stuff. Trying really hard not to look at that! Okay. More explosives? Wait, is that what I think it is? Yep. Not only did the tank survive the attack that disabled the War Machina, in which it was installed, it also escaped the blast of your explosive unscathed. If medals for outstanding service are once awarded to inanimate objects, this champion among cerulean tanks would surely deserve ones. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I hate to talk about WoW one more time, but I don't know which game started this first, and I don't care. But those little mouse-over tooltip things, both FF14 and WoW have used that to good effect as a storytelling device. WoW really embraced that in Warlords and Pandaria, mostly Warlords, because 100% of the gray items in Warlords have some kind of lore, flavor lore to them. Mostly it's world-building stuff, you know, little bits of culture and the like, but 100% of the grays have some kind of storytelling to them in WoW. And personally, I think that was a great idea. Because it's just like this. You mouse over it, and you get a little thing there, right? And it's, of course, extraordinarily optional. Let's go see how Alizé and Alphino are faring. Oh, okay, I'll just wait here for a minute. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I try to mouse over... You may or may not have noticed, but every time I turn in a quest item, I've made a point to mouse over it briefly and read it. And that's why, periodically, I will stop to read it out loud. Because I think it's something noteworthy.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we?
Hello, Thancred.
Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen.
I mean, again, I was paying attention earlier when Julia very clearly told me that Thancred would be, you know, tailing us.
After you left with the Garlean lad,
Lucy, whatever her name is.
A few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance.
Awesome lady.
We observed you had been led into the station, but decided against venturing inside.
Probably the right call there.
When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development. And perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
At this point, I think it's literally a superpower.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage.
Gigapudding, I have been very adamant in my desire to not kill these people. If I wanted to kill these people, they'd be dead.
For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
They would be dead where they stand.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Oh, yeah.
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile. It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Okay, here's where it's gonna go all topsy-side. What do you want to bet? Here it is. It's going to hell.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
Oh my god, you moron.
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
No, he's gonna try and tend armor after our camp to take what we have by force. That way he'll have long-term things and he'll get it on his own stands and it'll be great, and he's an idiot! You're an idiot!
The time for action is upon us.
Like, I get where you're coming from, but you're wrong on every level, and I think you're actually smart enough to know that.
My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
Yeah, no, he's gonna go try to reclaim the food from us, the ceruleum from the savages, who remember our lowest tier, so they don't actually count as people. Oh my god, you moron. Yeah, Gum-Gum's just describing Garleon at this point.
Action. What did he mean by that?
I already told you what he meant, although I could be wrong.
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question.
Oh yeah, as a further aside, to my knowledge we haven't heard about the 10th prior to now. I might be wrong about that. But I have no memory of the 10th, so it's whatever. They're led by Titus, excuse me.
Will they ever escape this cult? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
At this rate? Well, out with it.
Finished your war, Council?
Oh, wow. That's bad. Even he doesn't like it.
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here as our prisoners.
Yep.
They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil.
No.
Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
This is the moment I turn to the GM and say, alright, I'm going to intervene here. Because letting them get hauled off to some other area is just bad, bad, bad. And it's also going to force the situation where, you know, we'll have to rescue them at some point. So, no.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
Go ahead. Do it.
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Alright. I trust Thancred. I do. I do. This is not a ham sandwich. Yeah, this character's grown on me really fast. It's actually really impressive.
Get them out of here.
It'll be alright. It will. How old do you think Julius is? Because he looks early 20s to me. And that's a bad time. Everyone talks about, you know, our formative ages or our teenage ages, but actually early 20s, that's when the really bad stuff happens, because you're officially an adult, legally and in terms of what you can actually accomplish, but you have no idea what you're doing. I firmly count myself in that, by the way. They'll be fine, provided they don't resist. And yeah, this kid was just tossed to the wolves after losing his family to what can only be described as an apocalyptic horror. You will accompany back to your camp where I'll meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, there's something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. That falls to the Legionaries Marcinellus and Octavia, who will be piloting Magitech armor. Please inform them we're leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the ill for further details in those words. Once you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. Yeah, they actually made a point earlier, I don't know if you remember that he is way higher ranked than he should be at this age. And this is why. Because he's probably one of the only people still left. You again. Yeah, I'm supposed to tell you this code phrase. So that's be the way of it, after all this. How ironic you would be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, so be it, for the glory of Garlemald. And yeah, the two who most hate me, by the way, I don't know if you caught that. What do you want with me? Well... so Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew he'd understand, that he would recognize the savage's ruthless, merciless creature. To defeat him, we too must be uncompromising. I am ready. In the name of Emperor Varus, for the glory of Garlemald, I will fulfill my duty. You realize we knocked out a much larger... Of course they don't realize that. You know what really bothers me about this whole story arc? It's gonna get worse. I almost guarantee it. I can see the narrative threads. I can see the downswing we're doing right now in tone. And it's going to plummet before we start changing direction. We're not at a plummet yet. Like, you might think the death of the girls earlier is the plummet, but, no. Their duties involve more than the transportation of supplies, don't they? Duty is rarely a simple thing. We have been given additional orders, though whether we will be required to follow them depends entirely on your contingent. You and I are in this together now. Like or not, we have to cooperate. There is one matter, a place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. It would make a degree of sense, Terra. Little twist of the knife. Well, it's official. They have terrible sense in cars. Yes, I realize the irony of the fact that I'm riding my magic armor through here. Shut up.
This is my home. Our home.
Was.
At least it was, until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to. I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us?
No, they don't exist.
I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
It's an interesting recurring trope in the entire game that people always want to turn to something higher than them. And yet things only work out when they turn to something equal to them.
It's no use.
Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But he wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
Also, no food or warmth will be spared for prisoners, for obvious reasons. Oh, come on, Alphino. She made the first move. You should probably be close to your sister right now because you're both cold and you need the warmth.
It's so cold.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said.
God damn it.
About why no one would accept Garlean rule.
It's because he's an idiot, Aliza.
Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people. One race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world?
Oh no, you would have a place. You'd be sacrificed to Zodiark as fuel to bring back the Ascians that were sacrificed.
But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be.
By the way, this is the third time this has been brought up in dialogue. I'm gonna keep track now.
We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms.
Move nuance.
A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics, to see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Now, what's funny about this kind of goes back to what I was talking about earlier in the first responder medical situation. What do you do when the people who you want to help don't want help? If you remember, this is actually a story thread back in Stormblood as well, the patch content specifically. So, how do you approach this? Now, the problem here is, and forgive me for being as cold and as blunt as I possibly can, but I still tend to lead on the medic side of things here. I think these people should be dragged kicking and screaming to warmth and medicine and food. We can sort out the rest later when you're alive to do it.
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too.
I'm sorry, I laughed there because Tim is correct. We've gone from Shadow, which is everything dying, screaming, to Endwalker, which is, nope, you're gonna survive screaming. We're gonna drag you. Come on!
Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand. To refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
Exactly, Takoida.
You found your own reason to fight.
We could have saved those stupid teens in the weapon arc by physically ripping them out of the cockpit, screaming.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
It depends, Canada Banks.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know.
I just keep waiting for Thancred to pop in and be like, I hate to interrupt this.
Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
I mean, it's what I want to happen. I want Thancred to get in here, get these out, and for this situation to work out, instead of this getting even worse, which is what it's about to do. We still haven't hit the actually bad part. Thank you, Thancred. God. And by Thancred, I mean Estinian. Could you get these things off their neck, please? Thanks. Appreciate it.
The scouts have secured Alize and Alphino. Their collars were removed without complication as well.
Yeah, and I love the fact that he says that out loud, which he should, by the way. It's the easiest way to say you have just lost your bargaining chip.
They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
Yet we have the position here.
It would appear the situation has changed.
We always had the position here, you just didn't realize it. Or worse, you did realize it, and you stubbornly pushed forward because doubling down.
I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
I'm picturing Estinian with his spear just kind of bonking people, like, trying to do bludgeoning damage, like, bonk. Well?
No.
In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Yeah, 2 Magitech armors. Probably yeah, they come. Alright, I'll go deal with them.
Ambush!
You realize that you're cold, starving, hungry people, and we are more than capable of taking you on.
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return!
Yeah, no, you're going up against her.
Stop, both of you!
Thank you! And ironically, wind magic is canonically a white mage thing.
This child may be the worst emissary I've ever seen.
Seriously!
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies! Every word!
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Well, now we decide whether we kill this asshole or not.
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision.
Okay. See, I was hoping we could salvage this asshole, because he's still an asshole. But he might even commit suicide.
And now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you.
I would strongly recommend going to the camp that has food and warmth. It's south of here, little southwest. Careful of the enemies on the way.
I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Yep. Bottle of wine and a pistol. This is right.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
It's his right. nothing else to add to that. Actually, no, I have one last thing to add to that. I will give him some respect, because he ordered his men to stand down. They would have kept fighting if he ordered it. And then he released them from service. He didn't have to do either of those things. So, I'll give you that one, Quintus. Thank goodness the 10th Legion decided to sue for peace when they did. We have been spared more senseless bloodshed, which is the last thing anyone here, including the First, needs. From their perspective, though, the promise of reinforcements was their last hope. And now they have no choice but to capitulate to the invaders. But we will prove to them not all is lost, and we stand a chance of casting out the Telephoroi. No way to save him? And yes, Scion is correct. For all intents and purposes, the Garlean Empire just died. And that's a good thing. Remember, the Garlean Empire was never an empire. It was a despair engine. It needed to die. It needed to be removed from the chain, removed from the equation. There we go. Better one. Their strength will serve them in days to come. There's yet life in this cold soil. It was a grave error not to post sentries further from the camp. Had we seen the Garleans sooner, we could have slain them long before the truce was called. They engaged with their own free will and deserve to die warriors' deaths. Even so, I have not forgotten why we're here, and I will stay my hand for now. I don't understand the question, Linnea Ruth. Garlemald was constructed to sow chaos. We know this rather directly. It was built to be an engine that deliberately was built like a prison tiering system. Those at the bottom are always treated worse than those above them, are treated worse than those above them, and it kind of pushes the oppression down every layer. Even Garlean citizens are still oppressed, who then oppress, who then oppress, who then oppress. It's actually wonderfully beautiful. I was talking about it just a minute ago. This whole, the construction of it is horrific in how well designed it is. I've just returned from guarding the airships, and now that I've got to keep an eye on the captured Imperials, maybe a bit of a chit-chat will lighten the mood. When the Imperials charged upon us, we were able to avoid any serious injuries on either side. In truth, most of the Garleans were in no condition to fight. Yeah, I was going to say, sunken eyes, hollow cheeks, must have been a long time since they had a meal. I'm sure they'll be more than amenable to conversation with food in their bellies. No kidding! You would be amazed what offering food to a starving person does. Good and bad. They'll make no attempt to resist. No. You won't. Much and more has occurred since last we met. So you will not resist when I give you a warm coat and a heater and some goddamn food! As for determining what happens next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. Yeah, he's dead! To break it to you. Just double checking. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First and the disposition of their forces. Yeah, sure. I need to remind myself to give a personal thank you to Thancred and Estinian. They're preparing for war while the refugees in their care are left to go hungry? A reckless, short-sighted plan that risks the welfare of the people they are sworn to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. Yes, we can! But if we were to arrive in force with the intent to do so, we would only incite a panic. Perhaps they can be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Julius. Have him lead the refugees. Some may be unwilling or unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what I can get. Alphino, Alize, and the scouts sent to extricate them should already be at the station. I'll also have our other comrades in the area lend their support should it be needed. Understood. Seriously. Oh, an Aetheryte quest, which we will of course not be doing. Oh, Jesus. Okay, this is going to be a run. So this is a perfect time for questions. Let me go ahead and line myself up. There we go. Let's see. I answered that one. Is Cashel here? I mean, I wouldn't mind a lift, because this is just a long run across a long, boring zone. So, yeah. I'll just keep doing this in the interim. So Tim asks a follow-up question to... Whoop! What? Oh. Oh, okay. Sorry, Rax, you've been replaced by someone who is part walker. Wait, you're whole walker, or runner, aren't you? Ah, whatever. Cashel asks, speaking of bad writing, I have a vague recollection of you railing against the Baldur's Gate novelizations, which is correct, I did, and do. Could you elaborate? As a longtime Baldur's Gate fan, I've not read them, but I heard they're delightfully awful. So if you walk into the Baldur's Gates novel expecting Star Trek V, you know, something that you could just make fun of, and, you know, MST3K, then go for it. Don't spend too much money on it, but go for it, really. The thing is, those novels are kind of terrible. And I'm going to go and spoil the biggest reason they're terrible right now. And that is the fact that they're designed as if you were playing the most pointlessly, stupidly, cruel, evil type of character that you can. Imagine if you played through Baldur's Gate and you were just like jackass evil all the way through. And that's the canon answer. It's actually really messed up. And so, what? No! I can't dismount! I can't dismount! Oh no, it's even worse than that. Rather than being all evil party members, thank you. It's, they do a thing where you, like, browbeat and, I forget what it's called, but you psychologically manipulate the good and neutral party members to go along with things. Zera's taking me hostage here. In order to go along with it, like there's this bit where you know, Jaheira, if your husband would be dead if you hadn't, you know, if you'd been a better wife to him, if you'd been a better job, and just absolutely terrible stuff. It's just, oh my god, it's bad. And yeah, the author did absolutely phone it in. I've seen that interview. It's trash, but if you go into it acknowledging that it's trash, it might be enjoyable from that perspective. Just don't go in expecting something good. Oh, I did not expect you to arrive so soon. Yeah, Zera, help me out. There's been a development. Perhaps you best see for yourself. What are you doing back here? Where are Julius and the others? Well, you know. One last second here. Yeah, that's the thing that pisses me off, Tunnel Homer. Like, really? That's what you decided to make the canon thing for the books? Really? And no, that's exactly the thing, Sion. I don't know if you heard me say it earlier, but the older someone is, the less likely they are to change their minds about anything. And that tends to mean that older people tend to be less amenable to change and to progress and to things getting better. I'm not going to say anything about that, but I'm sure you could think of some real-world applications of that same concept. Anyways. Lore and Julius. We arrived just before you did, and too late. Too late for what? What happened? Quintus took his own life. After the news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties, and then when he was alone... No, he wouldn't. Oh, he super would. I really am grateful that he made the choice to spare the lives of his troops before he did it, though. I don't want to re-emphasize that point, but this could have been so much worse. All you have to do, one change, all you have to do is imagine that when the call comes in from the 10th, he says, go down fighting, and a lot of people would have died for no reason. And that's just awful. And yeah, exactly. I was about to bring up the exact same comparison, Reggie. So, I hate to re-emphasize this. By the way, we're still not at the despair point. We have not dipped yet. You'll notice actually the tone is drifting upwards. Things have started getting better. In due course shall the legatus be afforded a proper burial. He released us from duty. He wanted us to be free, to choose our own fate. Without him to guide us, we're... I have just this moment spoken with Lucia. We are ready to commence the transfer of refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept aid. Some would rather die, but most of us want to live. Songs and standards be damned, we just want to live. We have food, and we have access to ceruleum, which gives us warmth. We also have hunting to get a little bit of food, and by God, we're going to do the best we can with this nonsense. If any would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over to them. It'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see that they reach our camp safely. I mean, some people prefer death, but freezing to death is a really bad way to go. Like, you think, you know, you fall asleep and it's over. No, no, no. You don't fall asleep until you've gone through the bad part. Have you ever experienced freezing? It's unique. After what happened to his family, the first was all Julius had left. Now even that's been taken from him. He's not alone in that either. It's comfort in having someone to follow, someone to lead. Yeah, no comment. Alright, Canada Bangs, you're now in charge of these people. Yeah, it burns! Exactly. I remember the first time I experienced stark cold. I was actually pretty young. It was when I first moved to Colorado, in fact. And it was bizarre. I was so confused. That cold would feel like burning. Like someone was scraping knives down my nerves. Estinian, I owe you a frickin' burger. I know not how to offer encouragement or solace to these poor souls, but if it's safe patch to our camp they need, I'll gladly oblige. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, just bow. Thank you for rescuing my babies. I had faith that Thancred and team had this, and you did. Thank you! Speaking of, this thing could have gone worse. And yes, I can finally attune. Try as we might, any words of comfort we offer are like to fall on deaf ears. We are but strangers from foreign lands, perhaps in their eyes the very cause of their suffering to begin with. Nevertheless, we mustn't give up. No, the cause of all this, you want to know the really messed up thing? The cause of all of this is whatever Lavos actually is. I keep calling it Lavos because it's, you know, I don't know what else to call it. But that's the source of all of this. No, think about it. Lavos started the Final Days. Final Days led to Zodiarch. Zodiarch led to Second Zodiarch. That led to Heidelin. That led to Sundering. That led to the plan to rejoin. That led to the creation of the Allogs. That led to the Calamity Plan, the annihilation of the 13th, and of course, Garlemald. It was only ever a dream, wasn't it? To think we could reclaim it, rebuild all ourselves. Before this all began, I sent my wife and daughter to the provinces. If there's a chance I might see them again, they're probably alive for that decision. So, you probably made the right call there, buddy. Well, got the Aetherytes sorted in the end. All it took was a few adjustments, and now it works as well as it ever did. From what I can tell, this one in Laterum is also functioning as normal. That's where you're staying, right? Now that most of us are packing up and leaving, I reckon there'll be more use for me and my skills at your camp. You are welcome. Oh my god, side quests. Those just popped up, didn't they? Look at that. P.S. I love you. Oh, Jesus. That's gonna be a dark story. Is it in here? Yeah. Everything's gonna be alright now. To employ healing magics now would likely invite catastrophe, as thou canst attest from thy experiences in Victor's Spoils. Indeed, the Garleans view our ability to manipulate ether with the same suspicion that many Eorzeans do Magitech. That's you, the one who treated me with such kindness. I heard from the others you're not from around here. I thought you were one of us. Not that it makes difference now. Purebloods, migrants, savages. After a while, the words start to lose meaning until all you're left with is anger and fear and hate, and I'm too tired. If you and yours have come to offer aid, I'd be glad to accept. What's really making me tense is I know there's a other foot drop moment that's just coming. And it's just, you know, just not to dwell on it. No, there's work to be done. Quite correct. Why? Well, would you like me to explain it to you, Julius? We have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack on Camp Broken Glass, what we'd hoped to talk about with Quintus. But all that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Yeah, I'm just waiting for the axe to fall. It's there. I can feel it. I can feel it hovering. Are any of the refugees willing to come? Yes, several are. Thank the 12. They don't exist, but I'm with you. You and I should go first and secure the route back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures intempered skulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. Conqueror's Chain, courtesy of Lemins and friends. Save it for the tempered, though. I'll mark a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet back at our camp. Well, yep, let's go, make a supply route. It's pretty much exactly where we're at, isn't it? That's so terrible, Gum Gum. Sorry, I just read one of your questions. Hey, Kokobuki. Leave these fiends to my brothers and I. We'll raise the ground with our most devastating magics. You were asking about how I feel about them being indoctrinated from childhood. And I quote, a healthy amount of deference to authority figures such as teachers, police, and state governors. Need I say more? See you around, said Slayer. Yeah, we're all white-haired from the stress. That's how that works out. Cashel asks, how does currency work in STO, and does it have lore implications for the economy of the Federation? So, there's actually like 7 currencies and economies in STO. Some are real-life currencies, some are not, because, you know, dilithium is used as a currency, and for obvious reasons, because dilithium has to be both harvested, which is hard to do, and refined, which is much harder to do. Dilithium refinement in lore actually takes time, and so the actual... there's a finite amount of dilithium that can exist, and dilithium is used in order to things, so it kind of becomes a natural limiter, built-in protection against inflation kind of a thing. And yeah, credits is obvious, so they're energy credits is what they are, and this is pretty much straight out of System Shock 2 or Alpha Centauri. The energy credits can literally be spent to make things or power things. You can walk up to a replicator and punch in a few energy credits and get out a meal or a bicycle or a, Zira's outfit, right? And that's their primary currency that they use because, of course, the Federation has a currency. What kind of goddamn moron would say they don't? The next thing after that is probably Latinum. Now, Latinum's an interesting one because they've deliberately de-emphasized Latinum in-game. But Latinum is actually the universal currency. It is what every faction uses because of its very nature and not being replicatable and being very hard to find, very rare and very hard to process. It is kind of a natural source of... I should probably do this. It's a natural source of currency. Okay, apparently I can't do this to a tempered imperial. There we go. And then there's Zen, which is the currency that we players buy with real money. That has no lore implications. That's just there to spend money on the game. It is a free-to-play game. I feel like there's other currencies, and there are, but that's the long and the short of it, and the ones that have the lore relevance. Latinum has no inherent value, which is why it's perfect as a currency, as weird as that may sound. For those of you who've never studied economics or currencies in general, there are 2 types of things that are most useful when it comes to designing currency. Something that is innately useful, such as a cow, or alcohol, or the aforementioned energy credits, or something that is incredibly useless, and therefore its only value is specifically as a currency, such as latinum. I myself have actually used tin in one of my settings before as a currency, specifically because it was completely useless in the setting in question. It couldn't even, like, there was no purpose behind it, both magically, because tin is very bad at conducting magic, as well as in terms of technology. Cows have been a currency. And of course, yeah, low-buy crystals. I forgot about low-buy crystals. Low-buy crystals are their own thing, and that's all I'm going to say about that, because it's basically a joke thing, and for all intents and purposes exists for players opening lockboxes, to encourage people to open loot boxes. That's what low-buy is there for. Anyways, I hope that answers you, Casual. Sorry, that was a little bit thing. Oh, he's down enough. Yeah. Oh yeah, hundreds of lockboxes. Yeah, screw the lock. I like STO. I love it to death. Screw the lockbox system. It's definitely a 3 negative territory for its, frankly, unacceptable microtransactions and in-game store. It's ridiculous. But anyways, okay, so people are super indoctrinated. And then we scroll down to your second question, which is the ideal love of a blob parent isn't based on blood or strong sense of personal pride. It's their accomplishments. Wait, what? Oh, it isn't based on their accomplishments. There we go, that's what that meant. Oh, wait, check the computer. They're based on satisfaction of molding a child into a self-sacrificing instrument of the state. Oh my god! Alright, yep, nope, that's all I need to hear. Gum is just crafting the most horrifically evil nation in the universe. And you know what? That's okay. You know, we need horrifically evil nations every now and again. It's important to have that. More people at the camp means more bodies to keep warm. The Smiths have been scrambling to get enough heating for everyone, and we got people searching for firewood. Yep, we should be on that already. There's no use in taking in all these Garleans. We're going to let them freeze to death. We need heat. I know I should have brought more warming tinctures. Yeah, there's a reason. It's because they're evil, I get it. We shall have the heaters ready before long. With the problem of this dreadful cold addressed, I imagine demeanors may change for the better. I plan to make heaters enough not only for the camp, but those who have chosen to remain at the station. Yeah, good idea, thank you. I apparently passed Thancred somewhere on the road. Wasn't even paying attention. Let's see. Imagine gaming interface becomes real for one person in the world, as in a superpower situation. Which specific interface would be the most OP? Honestly, I think just progress bars in general would be extraordinarily useful. Like, imagine knowing exactly how long a project's going to take, or whatever. No, like interface, HUD stuff, Leander. Stealth indicator, yeah, that would be useful too. Obviously, a mini-map would be pretty useful. The ability to see items of interest would be useful. Relationship values would be useful. Yep, no, there's actually a lot of things. Kind of depends on what direction you want to go with that. As expected, I ran into a few beasts who went down without much of a fight. The tempered proved more troublesome, but those chains should keep them under control until our allies take them into custody. With that taken care of, I'm off to gather... Oh, you know what? Actually, hang on, I take it back. You know what would actually be the most useful interface thing? Like a debuff bar. A way to inspect yourself and see, oh, you have this and this and this. You have these status effects. You have this disease, and you have this hunger status, and you need to be clean, or whatever. There you go. That's what I'd go with. Especially if you could see it from others, too. So being able to inspect someone and see debuffs. That would be what I'd go with. Because that has tremendous practical applications, and, you know, yeah. Well, I see. Yeah, you'd basically have the ability to look at someone and diagnose them like that. Well, I see to that. Would you mind apprising Lucia of our progress? As it happens, I have some rather pertinent information from our first scouting forays, but I'll save that for later. First things first and all that. Yeah, the ability to diagnose that accurately would be insane. It would be kind of scary. Look at yourself. Oh my god. Okay. Call up a doctor. Hey, how do you cure this yes, just to clear a tevaden or something, you know? Laura, I was informed of Quintus' suicide. It must have come as a great shock to his men. What are the refugees? I was told some were receptive, but I would hear your first-hand account. And so many did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate their situation has become. We'll do our best to make them feel welcome. The troops who participate in the ambush are no exception. They will be afforded the same treatment as any refugees, perfidy notwithstanding. After all, even if I want to make an example, there's no one less to learn from it. We'll tell our allies that these soldiers were acting under the direct orders of their legatus, and that following his suicide, they offered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought that he lived, or would he be tried as a war criminal and his men punished with him? Or perhaps by taking his own life, he hoped to absolve them of any culpability. Or perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to the end. Who can say? I didn't know the man or his heart. His reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him. And it falls to us to clean up the mess. I assume you're curious about how matters have progressed in your absence. Quite well, as it happens. Now that you've procured ceruleum from Tapper's Den, the recently repaired heaters can provide much-needed warmth. Furthermore, we've prepared sufficient food for everyone. Those from Tertium will find a hot meal waiting upon their arrival. That's a lot of quests. There's one for you, so go get some rest. On the way, might you seek out Y'shtola? She was recently attending the wounded, but she's meant to be taking a rest herself. See that she is! Yes, ma'am. Let's look at what we got here. Okay. Alright, Y'shtola, come to bed. No. My heart belongs to Silva now. Yes, I've been taking proper breaks with imbibing sufficient water. What of the Warrior of Light? You and the twins have an established history of reckless disregard for your own being. I'm fine. We're all fortunate that none of you landed yourselves in my care. I'm already quite enough to deal with between the tempered and the first wounded. Alas, though I can mend their bodies, the toll their experiences have taken on their heart and minds is another matter entirely. For their sakes, we mustn't waver. But nor must we rush ahead in eagerness to see the day one, and in so doing invite disaster. Upon sitting down for supper, several cutscenes will play in sequence. How long is this? Looking at the time. Like, I got 40 some odd minutes here. Alright. I mean, it's a valid question to ask in this game. Fortunately, I can just reheat lunch today. Probably confusion, Paranoid Android. Oh yeah, this is way too positive. Things are about to get really, really bad. Oh, jeez. Oh, that sounds good, Pyra. I'm gonna have a boiga. The other boiga. The barbecue one.
Is that all of them?
The last of those who agreed to join us, yes.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
I'm gonna go out of my way to not rub it in that we actually do have a cure, because I don't think he needs to hear that right now. Speaking of which, we should probably have some Suicide Watch people in general right now. Especially about that one.
Warmth. At last.
Marvelous, isn't it?
Oh no.
All thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was our Leminson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
The hells you did! We were there every step of the way.
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
I did a damn sight more than you, you lily-livered bilge rat.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Here. At ease, man. There's nothing funny in it. I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently. Used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
It's a bit too flavorful for my liking.
Well, you're from Gridania. I don't think you'd know good taste if it walked up and smacked you in the face.
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
It's the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
I know this is not a dream, and yet... I felt the same way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be reminded that it wasn't my imagination, that my world had been forever changed. And just as I had grown accustomed to the idea, again you change my world in ways I never thought possible. Were it not for you and your fellow scions, The rift between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged. The Grand Company of Eorzea. The Ilsabard contingent. We owe it all to you. We've shed many tears in recent days, of pain and sorrow, triumph and joy. I much prefer the latter.
We don't always have the luxury of choice.
Indeed. We can but do our utmost to unite these disparate peoples and lead them to victory.
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Would that it had come sooner.
Indeed. Too many are not here to see it. And yet, there is a warmth in my breast, as if they still share in this moment.
Yes, thank you, game. I know the Tower of Babel is still there.
Yes, I know what you mean. On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
Because I'm right. I'm right. It's gonna get worse. Probably not immediately. Probably after the lunch break, but things are getting worse. Well, those are doing their job at least. We have gained the power. Take back what is rightfully ours. And he, of course, is outside of that.
What? Emperor Varys?
We need to tie these people up now.
The talismans! Quickly!
Seriously. We need to be in emergency mode. Right now. Why are we just...
Save me, brave hero! Ahem. My lord has requested your presence, and I would hate to disappoint him.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
The experiment was a success, but I fear our time is short. I shall begin the preparations.
Now, it is time for you to awaken.
I mean, I've said it before and I've said it again. Teleportation is a ridiculous level of power. The fact that the Ascians haven't used it to crush us is only because that hasn't been their goal.
Here, have a taste before it gets cold. Oh, but be sure to remove your helmet. Take a moment, too, to familiarize yourself with that borrowed flesh. So, how does it feel? I, for one, find those first moments within a new body to be most refreshing. We had a Magitech engineer by the name of Aulus to thank for this method of soul extraction and implantation. I believe the two of you met briefly in Alamigo.
Yeah, we murdered his ass.
His was a rather sticky end, wasn't it? Thankfully, he was thoughtful enough to leave behind his mind-jack technology. I took the liberty of making some improvements and selecting you as my esteemed test subject.
This is such a pain in the arse.
Come now. To us Ascians, it is no different from trying on new clothes. Why not make the most of it by partaking in this fine cuisine? I must say, I have gone to great lengths to reunite you with my lord. When I discovered that his friend was in this neck of the woods, I suggested inviting you over for dinner. He never deigned to respond, but I took his silence as a resounding yes.
What is in that?
My. Daddy is pleased his grumpy little boy has finally found his playmate.
Oh my god, it's Varys's arm.
Ah, exposition is in order.
Did you catch me mentioning earlier today that I felt like I figured everything out except for one thing? The one thing that'd been tripping me up is what the hell was with the arm in the Tower of Zot. And I've been stuck on that for a while. It's even in my notes.
The Garlean Empire has long outlawed all forms of religion. No gods to worship, no risk of summoning. Brilliantly simple. But people being people must turn to something or someone in their hour of need. Who then?
Their fellows?
Why, His Radiance the Emperor, of course.
But yeah, no. This is why they thought that Varys was, yeah. Glory be to Garlemald.
As you have observed firsthand, Garlemald has seen better days. The legendary Solus Galvus, dead. Provinces near and far in open rebellion. Our bold new emperor assassinated. And that last one even sparked a civil war. What rotten luck. The people cried out for salvation. Their earnest pleas, one might even call them prayers, a supplication united for the Empire to reclaim her former glory. And so their will did manifest, channeled through the corpse of none other than Emperor Varys himself. And lo, the Savior was born, the embodiment of the Garlean spirit.
Anima.
Their anima. It calls to its subjects, compelling them to take up arms and fight.
I have a feeling we'll find out soonish, Dakota.
And just as the wealth and power gravitate towards the Empire's capital, so too does ether from every corner of the globe. The towers with which you and your allies have been so preoccupied were created as an extension of Anima itself. An ingenious design. Would you not agree, my lord?
Appropriate response.
Does the pursuit of prey you have bested before excite you?
Right to that. The only thing it cares about.
Of course not. Absent the challenge, the thrill, your prize is a hollow victory. Butchery. Perhaps you think that to be the extent of my promise. I have no doubt fallen in your estimation since Alamigo. Fair enough. But do not let your disdain deprive us, of an opportunity to craft an even more majestic moment of euphoria. I have been honing my craft as I set the stage for our reunion. Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star.
Heck, need to make some notes before I forget.
The chaos and destruction that my hordes have wrought are my gifts to you alone. At a loss for words? No matter. As you will learn, I have only just begun.
Oh, will you not finish your meal?
There is only one thing that can sate my hunger, and it would seem my friend has lost his appetite. I hoped this display of civility might prove an entertaining diversion, but clearly we are above such pretensions. While my lifeless body was in the possession of the Ascian, I too claimed another's as my own. It was an enlightening experience to fight in an unfamiliar form. Flaws and failings in my technique were plain to see. Whence rises one's true strength? The flesh? The soul? Perhaps you should like to discover the answer for yourself. Or together.
Oh dear! Whatever would happen if my lord were to greet your friends as you? I shudder to imagine what carnage he would wreak. We'd better hurry if we want to avert the bloodbath. You can thank me later for my generosity.
This is extraordinarily bad, yes. You remember when Emmett Selk was talking about what the, the Light Warden of us would be? Well, that would be a beast. No thought, no reason.
Ah, there it is. Your camp, I believe. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that you, the other you, is making his way there as we speak. Alas, this you will have to walk from here. Or run, if you can manage it. My lord would be cross if I made it too easy. Such ingratitude. I'd not squander this fighting chance. After all, you've obstacles enough to overcome. Right on cue. Tempered soldiers, with standing orders to kill those not sworn to anima. Under normal circumstances, you would make short work of them. But on this occasion, the odds are not so heavily stacked in your favor.
Great. You're in a group, you can't do that. Oh my god. I am a gladiator. Not a paladin. Unknown imperial. Move.
Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent.
There is a leash radius. I honestly was literally about to give up when I noticed one of them stopped chasing. What are you gonna do? Play leapfrog a little bit. Leash radius is gargantuan. I give up. That's death. Oh, for God's sakes. I'll be back after lunch.